Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became a street vigilante to find love? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku learned at a very young age that love is conditional. Love is a reward for following the rules. Love is reserved for those who are worthy of it, for those who are lovable. His father's love was always conditional. He'd love him if he weren't in his way, he'd love him if there were people watching, he'd love him if he was quiet, he'd love him if he wasn't angry but he was angry a lot. He had fire on his tongue and he didn't hesitate to spit vitriol. So, Izuku learned to be small, he learned to hide and appease. He did his best to learn how to be lovable but he always seemed to come up short. Looking back, Izuku doesn't think he was planned. It seems unlikely that someone like Hisashi would ever want kids. That would explain his contempt for his own child. Maybe Izuku was an accident, or maybe Hisashi was just an angry man. Maybe Hisashi just used to pretend to love him, but that was before the diagnosis. After the diagnosis, Izuku wasn't a child, he was a waste. He was a waste of time, a waste of money, a waste of space, and Hisashi made sure he knew that. Hisashi hated that Izuku was quirkless. He'd thought that Hisashi was an angry man before, but that was child's play. When Hisashi was really mad, he had very poor quirk control. He would scream burning reminders onto Izuku's skin until one day he gave up. He gave up on Izuku and his family and he left. Izuku used to think his mother's love was the exception. Mama loved him no matter what. But that wasn't true. Mama loved him when he wasn't the reason Papa left. Mama loved him when he wasn't useless. Mama loved him before he ruined her life. Mama still likes him when he's quiet, when he's not in the way she's happier. So Izuku learned to make himself scarce. He'd take the long way home from school on her days off and he'd stay in his room when he couldn't stay out because Mama deserved to be happy. She fed him and taught him how to take care of his own boo-boos like a big kid. She was kind. That's what Izuku used to think. Maybe he was delusional. Or maybe he was just a child who didn't know any better. Izuku's school days followed a routine. He'd get to school fairly early and hide away in some nook or cranny, and race to class just before the bell rang. He found that this was the best way to toe the line between avoiding his classmates and not getting punished for being late. He'd scramble to his desk and set aside the occasional spider lily or quietly buff out slurs written in scratchy graphite. Throughout the day he'd take some insults or blows, dodging occasionally when he calculated the risk of retaliation and further violence to be low. He'd become very skilled at reading his classmates' emotions. He knew when they were already angry it was better to just let them take it out on him, otherwise it would be worse later. Izuku never had siblings or cousins. The closest thing he had was Kaken, and well, that relationship was just further evidence to prove that he was unlovable. He'd still look to Kaken whenever some of his classmates said or did something particularly cruel, as if he would step in and save him, but of course he never did. He remembers the first time one of his classmates told him to kill himself in front of Kaken, and he looked up hoping he would finally step in and say that was too far. He didn't. He just laughed along, and it broke something inside Izuku that he didn't know he had left. That was the first time Izuku ever actually considered following his classmates' advice. Izuku knew there wasn't anyone who was going to swoop in and save him, so the second the final bell rang every day, he would bolt out the door to dodge his peers as best he could. Then he would start his usual wanderings. It was a habit left over from when Inko still spent time at home. He didn't want to bother her, so he'd spend a few hours after school wandering into the parts of Mizudafu where no one knew he was quirkless. After Inko stopped coming home regularly, Izuku would still go on these walks just in case she did. But now it's more a reprieve than anything. Sure, it wasn't really the nicest area, but the people there recognized him and he'd wave and smile at them and they wouldn't sneer at the cute little kid. They didn't know what he was, it was nice. He'd pet the strays and mind his business. Well, he'd look like he was minding his business, but he heard things, mostly harmless things, but he was never very good at forgetting. So, he knew the names of all the store owners. He knew Fukuda-san's cousin just got into their first pick high school. He knew Kato-san was a drag dealer who also had a soft spot for cats, and Uai-san was a lady of the night. He knew this block was the territory of a gang, but the next one over wasn't. He knew where it was safe to stop and do his homework when the weather was nice, and more importantly, he knew where it wasn't safe and he knew when to get the hell out. It's because of these wanderings that Izuku normally didn't get home until just before sunset. And it's why Izuku found himself with 12 rather than 16 hours to pack up his life and leave. Izuku hasn't seen Inko in over a month. This wasn't too unusual. He was 12 years old, he could take care of himself, and she was happier without him. Why would she come home? She'd been drifting further and further away from him for years no matter what he did. She'd work long hours at the hospital, so he always made sure to leave leftovers in the fridge for her to warm up when she got home. She didn't like things to be dirty, so Izuku made sure to keep things tidy for her. She worked so hard to provide for them, it was the least he could do. On the rare occasions he actually saw his mother these days, he'd try to make small talk. He'd ask her about work or her friends. He'd ask how she was doing, if there was anything she needed, but he was always met with short, clipped answers. Work's fine. My friends are doing well. I'm fine. It was like living with a stranger. No, a ghost. This woman was the ghost of his mother. There was nothing left of the warmth she used to have. She was cold and gone in the blink of an eye. She still left money for him so he could eat. There was still a roof over his head. Well, there actually hadn't been money for food for a while now, but that's okay. He could make do, and this pink slip on the door was definitely new. Izuku sat at the kitchen table reading the notice for the nth time. Eviction. Rent hadn't been paid since before he'd last seen his mother when she'd been packing for a trip to see a friend up north, or at least that's what she'd told him. She would be back, she had to come back, she wouldn't just leave him. Unbidden, his legs carried him to his mother's bedroom, somewhere he'd dared not disturb for years. He knocked on the door gently, still holding on to the naive hope that he'd gotten this all wrong. Of course, his mother didn't leave him. She must have just forgotten to pay rent, right? Pushing open the door shattered his flimsy hope like glass. It was barren. The bed was stripped, the closet was completely empty, the vanity was void of his mother's makeup and jewelry. Any sign that this room was ever lived in was gone. She was gone. Cammy, I'm an idiot. The words seemed to escape his lips despite him. He should have seen this coming. He shouldn't have been so blindsided. Of course, it was only a matter of time before she left too. He was alone, not just lonely like he had been for the last few years, he was well and truly alone now. The note in his hands started turning fuzzy as tears obscured his vision. He just let them fall. What else could he do? For the first time in a very, very long time, he let himself fall apart, loudly and obtrusively. Sobs racked his body, and the hands that reflexively went to cover his mouth did little to stifle the volume. He shattered and fell with all the resonance of a plane crash because there was no one left to love him any less for it. Izuku trudged his way up the stairs to the roof of the complex. It's where he'd go when it was too late for a walk and he needed to clear his mind. He'd sit on the ledge on the right side of the flimsy safety fence and look down at the city. He watched as the underground or twilight heroes went around their patrols. He'd watch people walking home from late shifts or walking to their night shift. Muzutafu was a busy city, a city that would wake up and move on with or without him, a city that had no stake in any of his problems. Maybe it was morbid, maybe a bit unhealthy, but it was better than getting mugged. The sun had set, there was no trace of it on the horizon as Izuku settled himself on the ledge on autopilot. Not for the first time, he considered pulling back the chain link that clung limply to the pole he was leaning against. What was keeping him here? Hope for what? The last 12 years of his life proved that hope was a fragile thing to place your faith in. No one would miss. His eyes traced the cityscape trying to spot heroes like he always did. Would they help him? Would anyone help someone like him? He wondered if there was anyone else looking out at the city wondering the same thing. He hoped not. No one deserved to feel like this. That's why he wanted to be a hero, to save people like him. He glanced down at his fingers tangled in the rusted chain links. He can't be a hero if he's dead. He let his hand drop to his side and stared unmoving at the skyline. He needed to be out by morning. Where was he supposed to go? Numbly, he made his way to his room and started packing anything he could fit into his backpack, duffel, and suitcase, condensing his whole life down into 3 bags. He paused as his hand reached for an All Might action figure. This was childish, there's precious little space and he didn't have enough room for frivolous things. Glancing around his room, his heart sank as he took in all the things he would have to leave behind. He wouldn't have room once he got to wherever he was going. Where was he going? The neighbors? The cops? His teachers? They'd all just send him into the foster system if they even cared enough to do that. No one wanted a quirkless kid. He was a punching bag at best. He couldn't leave school only to come home to more beatings. He couldn't cold. No, never mind that. This stuff was important. He couldn't just leave it. This stuff was from when Inko and Hisashi were still mama and papa, when they still loved him enough to spend all this money to make him happy. This stuff was valuable. It was valuable, and it was all nearly a decade old and in mint condition. Inko didn't like it when he made stuff dirty. He could sell it and at least have money for food for a while, right? He finally snapped out of his haze. A plan. He needed a plan. He can't afford housing long-term, hell probably not even short-term, so he's homeless. But that's okay, there are homeless people living all over Mizudafu, so that's doable. Yeah, maybe he could join a camp or make a hut. There's several places he can think of off the top of his head that would be suitable for a makeshift shelter. After all, he had an extensive mental map of the city and all its side streets from his walks. He could do this. The suitcase is for clothes, blankets, hygiene equipment, first aid, and his sewing kit. The backpack is for school stuff and expensive stuff, laptop, phone, chargers, and books, and the duffel is for stuff to sell. The note said he needed to be out by 8 a.m., which he usually was for school anyway, but he couldn't exactly lug his whole life to class. That was a surefire way to get it all destroyed, so he needed to find somewhere to stash it before school. That's okay, he's very good at hiding. Setting an alarm for 5 a.m., Izuku settled in for a restless night. His last night in a bed for Kami knows how long. Waking up to the blaring of an alarm clock 2 hours earlier than usual after a night of sleeping far worse than usual was not what Izuku would call an ideal way to start the day, but then again Izuku wouldn't describe any part of his life as ideal. So, he figured this is par for the course on the first day of his new life. The realization of why his alarm clock was going off 2 hours early hit him like a freight train. For a moment he lay there frozen, his body propped up on an elbow with the other arm reaching to silence the offending noise. He stared blankly at the clock, not realizing the numbers changing, too out of touch to realize how much the noise was grating on his ears until it turned off on its own after 10 minutes. The abrupt silence brought him back to reality, and he forced himself to look away and breathe. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he allowed himself a moment to gather his hazy thoughts. He was on a time crunch. He could have a crisis later. Forcing himself to stand, he grabbed his phone and set another alarm for a half hour and cranked the shower to its highest temperature and spent as much time as he could basking in the near-scalding hot cascade of water. This was a luxury he's not sure he will be afforded again for quite some time. He scrubbed every inch of his skin as if he could stock up on cleanliness for all the showers he was sure he would miss in the future. Once the second alarm of the day went off, he wasted no more time packing up his shampoo and all the bars of soap he could find in the house, mournfully deciding the conditioner was unnecessary and would take up too much space. He packed his toothbrush and toothpaste after he brushed his teeth and looked dejectedly between his bedding and the space he had left in the suitcase. That was not all going to fit. Figuring the blanket was the most important, he folded it long ways twice and then rolled it up as compactly as he could, and after some not-so-gentle persuasion it made its way into the suitcase with his clothes and toiletries. Having packed everything else he could last night, he surveyed the apartment one last time, the place he grew up in, his home. No. Breakdown later. Violently shoving his emotions down, Izuku continued his final sweep of the place clinically. Once satisfied that he balanced his space-to-useful objects ratio, he slung his backpack across his shoulders, placed his duffel on top of his suitcase, and threaded their handles together. He placed his key on the table, put his shoes on, and didn't let himself look anywhere but directly in front of himself until the apartment was well out of sight. Strolling down the streets, his feet took him down the familiar path to the southeast, to the slums of Mizudafu. As he walked, he went through his list of potential hiding spots. There was that weird crook in the alleyway behind the mini-mart, but people were always fishing through the dumpster nearby. Too risky. There was the abandoned warehouse on Block 12 or the one on Block 8, or Block 5. There wasn't a shortage of derelict and abandoned real estate on that side of town. Izuku figured this area must have been busy in its day, but people go where the money is, and the money surely wasn't here anymore. The warehouses could be a longer-term solution to Izuku's housing situation, but as of now he didn't have much data on the foot traffic in that area, and the unknown was unsafe. Come on, where somewhere no one would disturb? He murmured to himself as he walked. A few years ago he might have said the trash, but he knew of, too many people who relied on dumpster diving to get by. Something less interesting than a dumpster, that's it. The dump, a place full of trash that's already been sitting too long to house anything even moderately edible. Not a real dump, of course. Trash that was getting moved around and compacted every day. It was monitored, that wouldn't work. But illegal dumping grounds obviously weren't monitored, and Izuku knew just the one, Dagoba Beach. The biggest and stinkiest dump in the city. It had something to do with the tides and the shape of the land that constantly had trash from along the whole coast washing up on shore. The trash would ensnare fish and other poor sea critters and beach them daily. The constant state of disarray the beach was in was the perfect cover for people to dump things, and eventually, the city stopped trying to keep up. The mixture of rotting fish and freshly dumped trash produced an aroma that no one messed with. It was perfect. Setting his course, Izuku made his way to the beach. So much for that shower lasting. The beach was just as lovely as he remembered it, which was to say not at all. Doing his best to touch things as little as possible, Izuku tiptoed his way around the mountains of trash, the ones further from the water, as they were less likely to get jostled by the tides changing. Eventually, he came across a refrigerator sticking out of the sand at an odd angle. The lower fridge portion was too buried in the sand to open, but the freezer was at eye level. Izuku very much did not want to open the freezer. On one hand, it could be relatively clean and the seal would keep the smell of the beach from seeping into his clothes and blankets, or far more likely, given Izuku's luck, he would break the seal and his nostrils would be met with a condensed biome of rot that had been growing diseases not yet known to the human race. Stealing his nerves, Izuku pulled his shirt collar over his nose and whipped open the door, simultaneously taking several steps back. Looking up, he was delighted to find that the freezer only had a few items of packaged food of which the seals had not been broken. He removed them carefully, shoved his suitcase in, and closed the door. It didn't fit the duffel bag, but he was less worried about the stench lingering on plastic figurines and paper posters. As long as he could find somewhere that they would stay dry, they would be fine. Looking around, he decided it would be best to just rest it under a half-broken plastic tub nearby. There wasn't rain in the forecast for at least another week, and it was well out of the range of the tide. He stood and brushed the sand off his clothes as he made his way out of the maze of trash, taking note of the path he took so that he could find his way back later. Once back on solid pavement and away from the oppressive miasma that the beach exuded, he checked the time on his phone. 7. He'd better get a move on if he was going to make it to school with enough time to hide away from his classmates. He was cutting it close. It might be better to wait and not risk giving up one of his hiding spots because too many students had already shown up. Sighing, he accepted that he used up his luck for the day finding that freezer, and he took his sweet time walking to the hellhole of a school called Aldra Junior High. Unable to arrive early and hide himself away, Izuku was now left with two options. Option 1 was to wait just outside of the school bounds until most of the students made their way to class and hope he could dodge the few students lingering in the halls. However, this of course ran the risk of getting held up by people who wouldn't get in nearly as much trouble for being late. This wasn't ideal because they could drag him off to who knows where and do who knows what without a teacher stepping in when it went too far. High risk, but this option held the tantalizing potential of everyone leaving him alone. Option 2, he could go to class now and be forced to sit in a room full of people who seemed to live only to torment him for the minutes that stretched into eternities before the bell rang and the teacher was forced to stop pretending he didn't notice anything in order to start class. This option pretty much guaranteed someone would mess with him, but the likelihood of it getting physical was severely diminished with a teacher being present. Option 1 had a good chance of working. Izuku had become quite fast and slippery over the years, but in the off chance it didn't work, Izuku would surely end up in detention after school, and that was something he couldn't afford. He needed to scope out potential shelters before it got too dark out, and he couldn't do that if he was stuck here. Groaning, Izuku made his way to class, resigning himself to death threats and name-calling that had long since lost any real sting. Surprisingly, Izuku made it to his seat without fanfare, There were a few sneers and a foot stuck out in the aisle that he had to dodge, but he made it to his chair in one piece without being told to off himself, so he counted it as a success. Of course, that didn't last once Kakin and a gaggle of his cronies strolled into the room. Izuku heard them coming from down the hall and let a mask of indifference fall over his face as they rounded the corner through the doorway. Tsubasa-kun zeroed in on him immediately. "Hey Deku, you're here early. What did your parents finally get sick of you and kick you out?" Mask failing him. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the irony. His parents didn't kick him out, no, he drove them away. Quickly remembering himself, he clacked his jaw shut and looked down at his desk, but the damage was done. Izuku had laughed at them. Kami can't save him now. He knew his luck had run up with that freezer. "What's so funny, Deku? You think your mom's too nice to get sick of a worthless null like you?" Kakin scoffed. Izuku kept his eyes glued to his desk. "You know, she only keeps you around 'cause your dad had the good sense to dip first," he continued as the other kids laughed. The desk started to blur, and at this point, Izuku wasn't sure if it was because he was tearing up or dissociating. Having pushed his complete mental breakdown off for this long, it could be either, but he was compelled to think it was the latter when he looked up and realized nearly a whole hour had passed. At least Kakin was leaving him alone. Not much fun to taunt someone who's not there. The rest of the day passed in a blur of which Izuku was only partially aware of. His mind kept making plans on where to search for shelter first, what to do if X, Y, or Z went wrong, and worrying if his stash had been found or rendered inaccessible by another mound of trash burying it. Kami, he's such an idiot, he should have checked the structural integrity of the surrounding trash heaps. He was just so focused on getting out of the noxious smell before it cemented itself into his clothes and hair. He should run back as quickly as he can after school lets out, or wait, no, what if someone follows him? He should wait until he's found somewhere to bring it all, right? But what if the place he finds is compromised? He should stake out the area for a while to make sure it's safe. Better to keep his things spread out so he doesn't lose everything all at once if things go south. So he's going to really be roughing it for a few days. That's probably the safest option. Better to do that now when the nights didn't get too cold than find himself out on his but with nothing to his name in the middle of autumn. He was so lost in his thoughts that he failed to realize the day was over until the bell rang and pulled him forcefully back to the present. Swiftly stuffing all his things into his bag, he bolted out the door before he ran into any more hell to pay for laughing at Katsuki and his extras earlier. Izuku proceeded on his normal route, much more nervous than usual with his laptop in his backpack. He felt like he had a neon sign on him that said, "Mug me. Mug me." It was stupid. He knew how to stay out of trouble here, in the daylight at least. He could settle himself into the tight embrace of paranoia when the sun set. Right now he had an objective. He headed straight for the warehouse on Block 8. It was closest to school and the beach, which was ideal, so unless something immediately set off alarm bells, he would spend his first night there keeping an eye out for potential trouble in the future. But 8 set off several alarm bells. It looks like the local gang either shifted or expanded because out of the handful of people he saw, he knew half of them to be gang members. Keeping his head down the changed course towards Block, it felt like he'd gone through the same process a million times before he found a suitably abandoned warehouse on Block 12 had no one around but too many footprints for Izuku's liking, and Block 5 was already occupied with several sleeping bags and blanket nests visible from some of the windows, and on and on and on. This warehouse was definitely abandoned, and for good reason. It looked ready to fall if a light breeze hit it wrong. Izuku figured that there were worse ways to go than getting crushed in his sleep, and the sun was setting, so his choice was made for him. Stepping carefully, he found a corner that looked pretty sturdy and took out the pitiful notes he'd taken earlier, drudging through the homework as best he could. Once the sun had dipped past the horizon, he gave up on trying to see, not wanting to waste his phone battery for light. Packing his things away far more neatly this time, he zipped his bag up and secured it to his front, curling his limbs around it protectively. He lay down using one arm as a pillow and closed his eyes, not expecting to fall asleep but hoping at least to rest for a little while. As he expected, Izuku got very little sleep that night. It didn't get too cold, but every creak and breeze had him bracing for impact, and it definitely wasn't comfortable huddling in on himself on top of hard concrete for hours at a time. When the sun broke through the holes in the wall that used to be windows, he decided to call it quits on trying to sleep. He dragged himself up into a sitting position and listened with mild horror as bones he didn't know he had popped and creaked. He did a round of stretches and luckily his young bones recovered quickly from their night of abuse. For all the noises he did hear last night, people were not one of them. There were definitely some critters poking around, but nothing big enough that their footsteps could have been a person. Glancing at his phone, the time read 5:13 a.m. and the battery read 18%. Wonderful. He knew one of his hidey holes at school had an outlet where he'd charged his phone before, but the gates didn't open until 7 anyway, so there was no use leaving now. Brushing the dust and dirt off, he decided to explore. The place was much easier to navigate in the full light of day. There was a taller building to the west, so the building was already shaded yesterday evening when he arrived. From the looks of it, the place appears to have been a brick factory, one that has been abandoned for a very long time. Likely the factory full of workers was eventually made obsolete by a handful of people with material manipulation quirks. Izuku remembered reading somewhere that before the age of quirks, people were worried that everyone's jobs would be taken by robots. Weren't wrong, but it seems silly now with the entire support industry devoted to making gadgets capable of what people with quirks could do. The building had likely been out of use for almost a century, and it looked it too. There were patches between support beams where the roof had caved in, and to Izuku's horror, so had the floor. He'd been on top of a sub-level this whole time, not on solid ground. He'd have to find the stairs, as they were generally made to be the most stable part of the building in case of collapse and evacuation. Skirting around the outer wall and far from the crumbling holes in the center, he eventually found a set of stairs which, as he suspected, would be in perfect condition if not for the layers of dirt and dust that lay undisturbed. Further proof that no one was lurking around the place. However, he would not be going down there without a flashlight. No way in hell. He couldn't see past the first 5 steps. It's not that he was scared of the dark, it's just that this place was not somewhere he fancied stumbling around blindly. That wouldn't lead to anything good. He checked his phone again. 5:45, 16%. He needed to find somewhere to charge his phone. The hour he had between the gates opening and class starting wouldn't be enough for a full charge. What was open this early? A cafe? The library maybe? A quick search on his phone told him that the library opens at 6:30 and a cafe not far from school was already open, likely catering to early morning commuters. He decided that if the library was open when he got there, then that's where he would go. If not, he'd see how long he could get away with loitering in the cafe without buying anything. They were both in the same direction, so after checking everything was in his bag for the 10th time that morning, he headed out. The streets were far more barren than he was used to. It made sense. 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. wasn't the most preferred time to be awake, and the unemployed and homeless population in this area was high, so not many people had a reason to be up this early. He made his way uninterrupted through and out of the district and into the next, which was much more lively. The scene changed abruptly from one block to the next. It's like he walked out of a ghost town. Luckily, he didn't have to walk through busy streets for long. He could see the library a few blocks down, so he ducked his head and charged forward. He made it there only 12 minutes before they opened, so he figured he'd just wait. He plopped down on the ground and leaned against the wall as time passed. Only about 5 minutes later, a woman with dark hair that shone iridescent purple in the light came to open the door and let him in. Izuku scrambled to his feet as she beckoned him in. "Why, you don't have to open early for me. I can wait out here." "It's not a problem, kid. Hardly anyone ever comes in this early. It's not like I'm letting in a horde of angry customers. You seem harmless enough to be around for, but 4.5 minutes without getting paid," she said with a sarcastic smirk. With a quick bow, he darted his way through the door she'd been holding open for him. Thank you, Shinso Kahaku." "Why yes, thank you, Shinso-san," he said with another bow. "It's no problem, kid. Did you need my help with anything?" she said, stifling a laugh about how obnoxiously polite the kid was. "It was cute. And no, sorry for bothering you," he said, barely stopping himself from bowing a third time as he scuttled off towards the computers. He stopped in his tracks when he rounded the corner to see a kid that appeared to be around his age already sitting at one of the computers. He had a plume of purple hair that stuck up at odd ends, and he hadn't seemed to notice Izuku yet. He didn't know this kid, so it was unlikely this kid knew of him. There was no reason to freak out like this, he rationalized. Quietly, he made his way to the computer furthest from the other kid while still keeping him in his line of sight, just in case. He plugged in his phone and laptop, mentally hitting himself for not remembering that he could have been charging his phone from his laptop this whole time. Whatever, that didn't matter now. He booted up the library computer to make it look like he came here for another reason than to leech their electricity. He spent some time researching how much he could sell the pieces of his hero merch he could remember off the top of his head, and it looked like each piece could sell for anywhere between 3,000 yen and 20,000 yen. Hopefully, that wasn't a scam. He'd have to keep an eye on that particular piece to see if it actually sold for that much. After a while, he decided he should probably try to sort through his miserable attempt at his homework while he had the chance to look things up. The English needed some corrections. Kami, he was out of it last night, but everything else wasn't too bad. His best effort last night is the level he'd usually dumb himself down to in order to avoid the teachers accusing him of cheating, so he left it as is. He was nearly fluent in English though. He did his best to teach himself after Hisashi moved to America, hoping to be able to visit with Mama so that she could be happy. It was a pipe dream, but he was leagues ahead of his peers in English now, so it wasn't for nothing. Packing away his things, he glanced at the time, 7. He should make his way to school lest he have a repeat of yesterday morning. As he slung his bag across his shoulders, he glanced up at the kid who had been sitting there when he walked in, only to find him already looking at Izuku. Cracking the most awkward smile he could have possibly mustered, he waved at the boy quickly before turning on his heel and marching off as fast as he could without tripping over his own feet. Kami, he was so socially inept it went right past funny and straight to just sad. The first half of the school day passed with the usual amount of fanfare, but when the lunch bell rang, Izuku knew that was going to change. He hadn't eaten in over 24 hours at this point. He'd packed as many non-perishables as he could, but he'd yet to touch them as most of it was bundled up in his clothes at the beach. Izuku had grown accustomed to not eating for long stretches of time. The pang of hunger was familiar and easily ignored, but the shake of his hands was not. He was getting clumsy from the low blood sugar, and uncooperative limbs didn't make for an easy escape. He'd usually spend his lunch break on the roof to avoid the crowds. He had a few granola bars. He could eat those on the roof and be fine, but he'd need to go to the lunchroom eventually. He was homeless with no income, and it was free food. He wouldn't have a choice for much longer. Deciding it was better to rip the band-aid off, he followed the swarm of his peers to the lunchroom. Worst comes to worst, his lunch ends up on the floor and he's stuck eating his granola bars like he was going to anyway. He took his place in line with some of the students he didn't recognize. Hopefully, they wouldn't recognize him either. He kept his head down as he made his way through the line. He got his food without issue now, he just needed to make a clean break. Sticking close to the lunch monitors and custodians made it less likely for someone to outright slap his tray out of his hand. Izuku hit the ground as someone tripped into him from behind. "Oh, my bad, Deku. I didn't see you there. You're so little I musta walked right into you," he said as his group of cronies giggled at a table nearby. He wasn't wrong. The boy was a good head taller than him. It could have easily been an accident, but he could tell by the amused expression on the boy's face that it wasn't. The boy turned on his heel, not bothering to help Izuku up or clean up the mess he'd made. Both luckily and not so luckily, Izuku fell chest first onto his tray, so most of the food was still on it. Unfortunately, the majority of what wasn't still on the tray was now covering his chest. On the bright side, that meant he had very little to clean off of the floor. With a fistful of napkins, he whipped up the mess on the floor and grabbed his tray before any more disasters could befall it. He ate his lunch in a single-stall bathroom on the other side of the school as he attempted to get food off of his thankfully black gakuren. The end of lunch break found him back in class with a very wet and mostly clean jacket and a full belly, so it could have been worse. He'll need to find more reliable methods of escaping the cafeteria in the future. When school let out for the day, Izuku milled around, taking several turns that looped in on themselves on heavily populated streets to make sure anyone who may have been following him would get bored of it before he anxiously headed to the beach. Approaching the beach, he noted several shifts in the scenery that worried him greatly. He tried to tell himself his spot was fine and these changes were just new trash people had left. The explanation made sense. It was closest to what could be called the entrance to the beach, where people were more likely to dump things and make a quick getaway. However, no amount of rationalization was going to calm him down. Nothing but the sight of his stuff still intact would calm him down at this point. He's glad he took note of every little detail of this place because he's not sure most people could have made it back to his stash without a very precise mental map, maybe even a physical map. This place was a maze. He made as much of a beeline for the fridge as he could without actually being a bee. The surrounding mounds had thankfully not buried all his things, and upon opening the freezer he was glad to see it all still there. It looks like the flimsy tub he hid his bag under had blown away. He really should have weighed it down, but thankfully the bag was still there. He set the duffel bag on top of the suitcase and threaded their handles together like he had the first time. And now came the interesting challenge of making his way through the rough part of town as a 12-year-old boy with 2 bags of luggage, one partially full of expensive collectibles and a backpack full of electronics, without getting into any trouble. Should he go now with everything while the sun was still up, or should he take trips and risk being out too late? No, he should probably leave something here and come back for it tomorrow. That was the safest bet. Sighing, he stuffed the duffel bag into the freezer and shut it. As much as he'd like to have the peace of mind of knowing all his stuff was in his home-like place, he also very much liked not being mugged of all his earthly possessions in one fell swoop. Backpack and suitcase on hand, he made his way across town to Block 15 as quickly as he could without looking more suspicious than he already did. He made eye contact with no one and forwent his usual waves and smile in order to keep a low profile. He kept his head down, but he was on high alert, making sure no one was following him. A man followed him for a block or two but eventually let him be, hopefully deciding he had enough of a moral compass to not mug a child. It felt like he didn't breathe at all until he'd finally hidden himself in his own home sweet derelict abandoned building. He set his suitcase in the alcove that marked the opening to the stairs and dragged himself and his backpack over to a nearby hole in the wall window to work on his homework. When he completed that, he rewarded himself with a granola bar, packed all his things into his bag, and strapped it to his chest, curling around it like he had the previous night. Tonight, however, he wrapped himself up in his blanket and used his suitcase as a pillow. Maybe it was the blanket or maybe it was the bone-deep exhaustion finally setting in. Either way, he was surprised to be woken up by his alarm. He'd actually slept through the night, which was a full 10.5 hours, since he's pretty sure he fell asleep promptly at sundown. Yeah, that would be the exhaustion catching up to him for sure. Getting up, he cracked his joints almost as violently as yesterday, which, considering he slept for several more hours this time around, was pretty good. He should probably set an earlier alarm now that he had a further commute, but it's not like he had anywhere to spend the time to get ready for school. Finding somewhere to freshen up was quickly becoming a priority. His curls would not hide the grease buildup much longer. Maybe the showers at school? They were generally used more to just rinse off after gym than to take a proper shower, but maybe he could sneak in the morning. He decided to observe the comings and goings of the locker room today before class. Izuku wasn't often shoved in lockers, but it had happened a handful of times. It seems like the underdeveloped minds of his tormentors didn't realize that all lockers have a release button on the inside for safety, and Izuku wasn't all that scared of the dark. The restriction was the worst part. It reminded him of being pinned down. If he thought too hard about not having an escape route, he would start to panic. He did genuinely panic the first time, but every time after that he just put on a good show, struggling to get out until they left him alone. It was better than another beating at the very least. With that experience under his belt, Izuku tucked himself into one of the lockers in the boys' locker room. It felt a bit skeezy hiding in a locker room like that, but it's not like he could see anything. Regardless of the situation's morality, he needed to make sure he wasn't going to literally get caught with his pants down if he tried to take a shower here. When it was 2 minutes till the bell rang and no one had shown up, he slinked his way to class a little more confident about trying for a shower tomorrow morning. After school, he made his way back to the beach to retrieve the rest of his things. As he made his way out after collecting his bag, a flickering light caught his eye. Curious, he made his way over to the mound of trash where the light originated. The source was a heavy-duty flashlight that was flicked onto an SOS signal. Cautiously, Izuku picked it up and examined it. It definitely put the heavy in heavy-duty. The thing weighed at least 5 pounds and was as long as his forearm. Maybe this place wasn't as picked through as he'd thought because this flashlight was nice. Perhaps he'd come back and poke around another time to see if there was anything else of use to him here. The flashlight seemed to be waterproof, seeing as it was still operational. And was that a solar panel on the side? That would explain how it was still on after washing up here who knows how long ago. Maybe it was from the Coast Guard and fell overboard. Well, it didn't matter where it came from, finders keepers and all that. This was just the thing he needed to check on: the structural integrity of the sub-level in his warehouse, his warehome. He chuckled wryly to himself at the thought. Humor sure was a way to cope. With goodies in hand, he took a different route back to the warehouse than he did yesterday. Seeing a kid carting luggage through the bad part of town once was suspect enough. Seeing it twice with different luggage would be enough to pique anyone's interest. Maybe people would notice the trend and tail him. Maybe he was being a little too paranoid. Either way, he wasn't about to take that risk. As soon as he got home and checked that his things were still in the alcove above the stairs, he opened the door, both flashlight and phone in hand in case the behemoth was on its last legs when he'd picked it up. It wouldn't be fun to make his way into the depths only for his one light source to cut out. That type of thing was just his luck. The space below echoed the creak of the door ominously. Cautiously, he made his way down the steps, checking the stability of each stair before putting his whole weight on it. Even though they looked stable, better to be safe than buried under rubble with a broken leg until he starved to death. What a nice thought. That definitely eased his nerves while walking into the void. The stairs turned halfway down and there was a generously sized landing between the first and second half. Izuku guessed it was maybe 6 by 8 feet. Rounding the corner and shining the light down the rest of the stairs revealed another door to exit. The stairwell was completely encased, which lends proof to Izuku's theory that it was the most stable place in the building. It was along the outer edge and each corner of the space was held up by hefty support beams that looked like they would hold strong for a while. Furthermore, being underground would regulate the temperature, keeping him warm in the winter and cool in the summer. He could set up his nest. On the landing, there was plenty of space, and being able to sleep behind a closed door would do wonders for his peace of mind. The only problem is there was no light, no windows, and no power. One thing at a time, Izuku. He murmured to himself as he descended the rest of the stairs. The air on the other side of the door was quite musty. It had the distinct aroma of water that had stagnated a very long time ago, like a bog. It wasn't pleasant. The room was filled with huge pieces of machinery and conveyor belts leading to what looks to have been at one point a freight elevator, judging by the 4 steel support beams around it and the light pouring through from above. The carriage lay half in the ground in the largest puddle of water and likely the main cause of the odor. The far wall was lined with massive industrial doors that lead to small bricked-in rooms with metal coils running through the walls. Spread out across the room were rolling tubs filled with what appeared to be, in Izuku's professional opinion, goop. There were also bags of powder on shelves high enough off the ground to remain dry. He should do some research at the library to see if any of this stuff was useful or potentially hazardous. With that in mind, Izuku snapped a few pictures of the various types of mold growing all around the place. He should look into those too. He hadn't had any issues breathing here, but it seemed better safe than sorry was becoming his new mantra. His days started to fall into a new routine. On Tuesdays and Fridays he'd sneak into the locker rooms to take a quick shower, and on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays he'd spend his morning at the library analyzing fights from news clips or working through selling his collection. Every day he'd do his best to slink through the lunch line, and so far he had a 56% success rate in getting food from the cafeteria without losing all or most of it to the floor. It wasn't great, but things could be worse. The purple-haired boy from the library, he learned, was the head librarian's son, and that's why he'd been there before opening. Izuku avoided him as best he could after making a complete fool of himself without even speaking the first time they met. He and his mother seemed to be there every weekday morning, but thankfully for Izuku's nerves, he'd yet to see them there on a weekend. He'd been spending his weekends in the library as it was the only place with free Wi-Fi that wouldn't chase you out for loitering if you didn't buy anything. After a while, spending his whole weekend at the library grew dull, so he decided to take to his habit of wandering the city with renewed vigor. Soon enough he knew all about local schedules from sunup to sundown, but he still hadn't dared to venture out at night. He kept going back and forth with himself on whether or not he should. On one hand, the city at night was the unknown, and the unknown was dangerous. It's not like he could scope out the lay of the land from the relative safety of the roof like he did before. There hardly was any roof, and the roof that was there couldn't be trusted to hold his weight. But he needed to know what was out there because, on the other hand, knowledge is power, so the more he knew about this place the safer he would be. What if this place crumbles down in the middle of the night and he needed to make an escape? He would be working with little to no knowledge of where, who, and what to avoid. If he goes out, should he arm himself? He's got that flashlight, which could definitely be a weapon. The thing is more a technologically advanced metal bat than a flashlight, but it wasn't very threatening at first glance. It is just a flashlight and it looks the part. If he brought a knife, that could possibly scare people off without even getting into a fight. However, a 12-year-old holding a knife isn't the most threatening thing one could come across at night, only moderately more threatening than a 12-year-old without a knife. He should conceal any identifying features. A short person with a knife was more threatening than a child with a knife. Their weapon could easily be taken and used against him though. He knew how to evade. He was quite good at it after years of practice. He knew how to track an opponent's movements to anticipate the next blow. He knew when to dodge, brace, or roll with the punches to lessen the impact, but he certainly didn't know how to fight back. It was like being able to understand a language but not speak it. He might be able to stumble his way through a sentence, but it would be rough. Izuku did not want to stumble his way through a knife fight, or any fight for that matter. He resolved to do some research on self-defense on his next trip to the library. If you asked Hitoshi, the green-haired kid who kept coming into the library in the mornings was fang weird. Though, he supposed he wasn't one to talk given how much time he had spent studying the kid's odd behaviors. At first, he thought the kid knew him because he looked so scared when he locked eyes with Hitoshi that first day. Fear was not generally the emotion he instilled in strangers. He was not an opposing figure, and anything remotely intimidating about his appearance he downplayed to the best of his ability. No, fear was usually the reaction of someone who knew him, someone who knew what he could do. Fear or anger, he's not sure which was worse. After a while he concluded that the boy did not know who he was just that scared of everyone. It was kind of sad. The few times his mother attempted small talk with the kid, he'd look like a deer caught in headlights. That wasn't the weird part though. The weird part was what the kid spent his time doing. The kid had a habit of muttering, and Hitoshi's curiosity usually had him straining to listen to what the boy was researching. There was no common denominator. Half the time the kid would be watching the news on mute and scribbling furiously in a battered notebook. Sometimes he would just work on homework, but sometimes he would come in to do research on the most random things. It didn't even seem to be for assignments because he never wrote anything down. He searched things casually, like one would Google what actor played a specific role, note the information and move on, except he was tearing through what appeared to be advanced research papers. One day the kid was researching deadly mold spores, iron oxide, and brick making. The next day he was looking into economics and browsing eBay for decade-old hero merchandise. Another time he seemed to be researching how to repair solar panels and build generators, and today he was researching self-defense and specifically how to avoid getting disarmed in a knife fight. All of this bright and early at 6:30 a.m. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the past month or so, without fail he would be there right when the library opened, and he would leave promptly 45 minutes later, leaving Hitoshi more and more confused each time. Maybe one day he'd pluck up the courage to talk to him, but given the boy's current topic of research, he decided that today was not that day. People have asked about what the staircase looks like, and this is the best approximation I could find. BC, I don't feel like drawing it. Woman dancing. So Izuku set up camp on the landing between the sections of steps in the dark part at the top of this picture. And this is the vibe of disarray it was in when he got there. That night Izuku practiced his knife skills as much as he could without a partner or a knife. He didn't have a knife, but the plastic spoon he'd found in the street on his walk home was going to have to do for now. He hoped to find one at Dagoba Beach, but he hadn't had much luck yet. Every once in a while he'd scribble down a new question he'd ideally ask a self-defense teacher in his notebook, but they'd have to wait. His cell service had been cut off several weeks ago, and his phone wasn't much use for anything besides emergency calls when it wasn't connected to Wi-Fi. He'd ask the all-knowing internet sensei his questions next time he was at the library. Izuku was starting to think finding that flashlight was a fluke. Maybe it was fate's poor way of trying to apologize for Izuku's generally shit luck. Because he'd spent the last 2 pre-shower evenings sifting through reviews, and he'd yet to find anything really useful to him. The best thing so far was an only slightly rusted screwdriver, which was only potentially useful as he didn't currently have anything to use it on. He was about to give up when he finally spotted it, a kitchen knife. That would work. It was comically large and a little unwieldy and also slightly bent, but ideally he wouldn't even have to use it, so its size worked to his advantage. Holding it in his small hand made it look even bigger. Hopefully, the sight of someone wielding that would be enough of a deterrent for anyone looking to mess with him. He'd spent the last week, including a full weekend at the library researching knife fighting techniques as well as Muay Thai and Judo. Each night he'd go through drills on his own with his kitchen knife in the warehouse. Izuku had always soaked up information like a sponge, so, theoretically, he knew a lot about fighting. Theoretically, he knew how to disarm and take down a larger opponent, but Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew theory and practice are two very different things. He was acting like he was going out to get into fights. He's being paranoid again. He's not going to get any more prepared in a void. He knew the theory, practice was the next step anyway. Izuku suited up and set out. The nights were starting to get chilly, and he was glad for the hoodie he opted to wear. As he'd expected, he heard no one around his warehouse. There were holes in the walls. If people were out here making noise, he would have heard it from inside. He had heard some skittering and scuttling, so he was hoping to see what types of critters were causing that noise. He'd checked the alley a few times but figured whatever it was must have been nocturnal, cause he'd never seen it. His first task of the night. He felt silly getting excited like this, but he was 12, he was allowed to act like it sometimes. Creeping around the corner as quietly as he could, he prepared to sit down and wait for the critter to show itself when a loud metallic bang had him letting out an undignified yelp and falling back on his butt. Searching for the source of the sound as he scrambled backward, he saw two big golden eyes staring back at him from on top of the dumpster. The cat hissed and swatted at the air in front of it threateningly. Izuku urged his racing heart to slow. It was just a cat. Albeit it wasn't a very nice cat, but it was just a cat. He raised his hands placatingly as he slowly stood up and backed away. Once he was far enough away that the cat didn't consider him an immediate threat, it stopped hissing and just glared at him. Finally able to get a good look at it, he realized this cat was huge. Not like fat huge, it was just really big. It looked to be at least 1.5 feet tall. He couldn't tell what color it was in the dark, and he wasn't about to shine the light on it to satiate his curiosity. He could, however, see that it was very fluffy and he very much wanted to pet it. Backing around the corner and out of sight, he vowed to pet that cat. It might not like him now, but they were neighbors. He should be on good terms with his neighbors. He used to spend some of his food money on cat treats. That's how he won the hearts of the strays uptown. It may not be the most responsible way to spend his money, but a cat that big had to be working itself to death hunting enough rats to eat out here in the warehouse district. Surely treats would win them over. The rest of the warehouse district had very little to offer. Someone was definitely up to something in the warehouse on Block 8. He was glad he trusted his gut with that. He didn't get too close, but he could hear two people having what sounded like a drunken argument out back, and he saw lights on through several windows. Satisfied with the information he gathered on his immediate surroundings, he started his way back to Block. It was early September and the cool air had started to nip at his nose. He should get a mask if he was going to be gallivanting around like this again. He made a mental note to stop at the mini-mart after school for a face mask and cat treats as he curled into his blanket. The next night found Izuku creeping around to the alley behind his warehouse again, this time with treats in hand. He was only slightly more prepared for the resounding bang as the cat jumped down from its perch onto the dumpster. He managed to only let out a little eep, but he did end up on his butt again when he tripped over a pipe half eroded out of the ground. "Well, good evening to you too, Miss Dumpster Jumpscare," he grumbled as he stood up and brushed himself off. Honesty, he was a little embarrassed and mad that a cat had knocked him on his butt twice with the same trick. She only hissed in response. "You know friendship goes two ways, you should be nicer to your neighbors," he retorted with a bit of a scowl. She glared back. "I have brought a peace offering," he said as he fished a couple of treats from his pocket and tossed them at the foot of the dumpster. She glanced down at the treats, seemingly uninterested, and continued staring daggers into Izuku's soul. "This isn't going to be as easy as I'd hoped it would be, is it?" he asked the cat, who again gave no reaction. With a sigh, he turned away. His plan was to dip his toes into uptown past the warehouse district tonight. There was likely far more intel to be gathered there. He was fairly certain that the Block 8 warehouse had become headquarters for the local gang, but besides that, the district was pretty barren. This place was severely underpoliced. It was practically a breeding ground for criminal organizations. He'd have to keep a watchful eye out. If a small-time gang can set up base there, then who else could? Uptown was a more residential area. It's where he would usually walk in the daytime, so he knew the streets like the back of his hand. However, he had no data on the nightlife. That was something he was going to change tonight. The nightlife was much like he'd expected it to be on a Wednesday. The bars were open and were housing a few drunks, and there were some homeless people sleeping in alleys. He felt bad keeping his hidey hole a secret from them, but it was quite literally all he had. They seemed to at least have some sort of community here. All he had was a cat that hated him. It smelled strongly of weed, but it smelled like that in the daytime too, so that was hardly new information. At one point Izuku definitely saw someone buying drugs in an alley, but he decided that was very much not his business and continued creeping his way through the shadows. He saw several scantily clad figures smoking on the corner outside a bar creatively labeled Izakaya. He may be 12 but didn't spend the last few years wandering around the slums to not know what they were loitering around the bar for dressed like that. So far he hadn't seen anyone he recognized, or maybe he just couldn't tell in the low light. The further away from the bars he got, the less populated the streets became. Looking down each alley he passed yielded nothing of interest, so he figured he'd start heading home. He was about to do just that when he heard a muffled cry coming from the alley across the street. He really shouldn't check that out. But what if someone was in trouble? Clearly, someone was in trouble, and if he went over there, there would just be two people in trouble. He could stay hidden, he was good at that. He could just go over there and see if he could help, right? If he could help, he'd help. If he couldn't, he'd be on his way. His feet seemed to have decided that was a good course of action, and despite all logic telling him otherwise, he made his way to the entrance of the alley. It was dark, but it seemed that a large figure had a much smaller figure pinned to a wall. The muffled cries sounded like a woman. Oh, Cammy, he couldn't just walk away from this. He needed to do something, and he needed to do it fast. He crept further into the alley, hiding himself among the rubbish. The large figure was a man who looked to have a rhinoceros mutation quirk, and he was big. Very big, like All Might big. This wasn't a fight he could win by strength, that's for sure. He needed to fight smart and use his surroundings. He had to think. Come on, think. What do you know, what's a weak point? If the man's quirk adhered to a rhino's capabilities, then the man should have pretty poor eyesight. Rhinos have terrible eyesight. That's what makes them so deadly. They charge at anything that moves. Cammy, this was a terrible idea. He was going to get himself killed. Sending out a final, "It is what it is" to the universe, he threw a can up and over to the other side of the two figures. When they both whipped their heads in the direction of the noise, he stepped out from his hiding spot, keeping low to the ground. This was the moment of truth when both of them looked in the other direction where Izuku actually was. The woman's eyes caught his immediately, but the rhino man's eyes passed over him several times, searching for movement before seeming satisfied by the stillness. Once the man returned his attention to his previous task, Izuku locked eyes with the woman again. Slowly standing up, he pointed to the woman and mimed kneeing someone in the crotch, and then stuck his thumb over his shoulder. Hoping she got the message to hit the man and run, he held out 3 fingers, keeping them in her line of sight as he snuck into a position that left a path for her to run, but stuck himself between her and the man once she got away. Bracing himself, he put down 1 finger, then the next, then the last. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" He bellowed in the deepest voice he could muster without risking his voice breaking. Simultaneously, he shone his flashlight in the man's eyes and, thank the gods, the woman took the distraction to knee him in the jewels. The combination of stimuli set him off balance enough for the woman to push her way out and book it. The second she passed Izuku, he turned to follow, but a very distinct clicking noise had him stopping in his tracks. "Who the f do you think you are, Pipsqueak?" Slowly turning around showed him exactly what he feared it might. He was staring down the barrel of a gun. He froze. "I asked you a question, motherfucker," he said, shaking the gun in Izuku's face as if he didn't see it or needed a reminder. He sputtered out pathetically. "Oh, you're not so big and tough now, are you?" he taunted. The woman was gone. He took solace in that. He saved her. He actually saved her. That would have to be enough for him. He stood his ground and accepted his fate. It felt like he'd been standing there forever. He knew the man was talking or shouting at him, but it was all just static. He seemed to be getting angrier with Izuku's lack of response, but he couldn't force himself to do anything about it. "Hey, motherfucker!" A shrill voice from the mouth of the alley cut through the fog in his mind. She was back. Before he even knew what was happening, he batted the man's hand to the side and a shot rang out, but Izuku didn't stop. He lunged toward the wall and used it as a springboard to leap back at the man who was once again regaining his wits. With all the weight he could put behind it, he slammed his flashlight down into where he hoped the man's pressure point was. Distantly he heard a "Run, you dumbass!" shouted from the direction of rapidly receding footsteps, but all of his attention was taken up by the man falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He just did that. He just knocked out a man easily thrice his size. He just knocked out a man thrice his size who had a gun. A gun that was now laying on the ground of the grimy alley next to the man he just knocked out. Gingerly, Izuku picked up the gun to get it out of the man's reach should he suddenly rouse. His vision was starting to go a bit fuzzy around the edges, and he couldn't seem to catch his breath as he shakily backed away from the scene. The crime scene. The crime scene that he was a part of. His mind was reeling, reaching out and trying to grasp onto something, anything. Someone had told him to do something. He was supposed to do something right now. All at once his mind grasped onto the command, "Run, you dumbass!" And run he did. Turning on his heel, he sprinted out of the alley in no particular direction. He just needed to get away, far away, and quickly. He ran until he could taste blood. He was somewhere in the warehouse district, but he was far too panicked to tell where. He didn't even fully remember how he got here, much less where here was. He collapsed in on himself against the nearest wall. He's not entirely sure if he passed out or not, but when he came back to his senses, he was exhausted. He was exhausted and he had a gun and he didn't know where he was. If he wasn't too tired to have another panic attack, he probably would have. He had a gun. He was very much not supposed to have a gun. A gun covered in his fingerprints. Alright, so he had a gun now. He needed to get back home and sleep off this fever dream. Izuku's not sure how or when he made it back to the warehouse, but apparently, he did, as he was now bundled in his blankets and being woken up by his alarm. He would be inclined to think that last night was an especially vivid fever dream if it weren't for the fact that A, he wasn't feverish, and B, when he turned on his flashlight he could clearly see a gun laying on the ground on the far side of the landing. Sitting up, he found a third reason to believe last night wasn't a fever dream when he felt a twinge of pain in his arm. Point C. He had a thinly scabbed-over gash on his left shoulder and blood was crusted into his hoodie sleeve. When the hell did that happen? The man never got a hit on him. Did he get it while he was running in a dissociative haze? With dawning horror, Izuku realized that he had batted the man's hand to the left before a shot rang out. Was he grazed by the bullet without even noticing? If he'd hit the man's hand with just a little less force, that bullet could have gone through his heart. Among the things one could do immediately upon waking up, realizing you had a bullet wound would not be at the top of Izuku's list of recommendations. He felt himself starting to slip into another panic attack. He was shot. He would have been shot in the head if that woman didn't come back for him. He could have been shot in the heart if he moved a fraction of a second slower. That situation could have ended with him or the woman dead in a million different ways, and all of them were flitting through his mind at light speed. What if the man's eyesight was perfectly fine and he just shot Izuku where he stood before he could get that woman the chance to escape? What if the woman hadn't come back? What if the man didn't hesitate to shoot him while he was running away? What if he had gotten caught? That guy was huge. He could have just stepped on him a few times and left him for dead. What if? He had to stop before he couldn't think enough to even think of calming down. He pressed his palms down onto the slightly chilled concrete and did his best to force his breathing to regulate. In for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Out for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Over and over he repeated it like a mantra in his head. Yes, those things could have happened, but they didn't. He was here and he was as safe as he could be. That woman was safe too, and wasn't that a nice thought? She was safe because of Izuku. Granted, he was also safe because of her, so it's not like he could say it was some sort of heroic act, but he stopped something bad from happening. The world was a better place than it would have been if not for him. That's something he would tell himself on his worst days. He would think of the cats he fed or the people, so accustomed to being ignored, who he smiled and waved at. He would think of how those cats would be hungrier or those people would be lonelier if not for him, and that would have to be enough for him to keep going some days. After a few minutes, he had a better handle on his thoughts. He was still rattled, but he was coherent. Little victories. Alright, time to address the issue at hand. How the hell was he supposed to treat a bullet wound? It wasn't deep, but it was gnarly. Thankfully, it was no longer bleeding. The blood on the sleeve was still tacky in some places, and it had gotten on his blanket as well. It wasn't an insubstantial amount of blood, but he didn't feel faint, so it couldn't be too bad, right? Calling it a bullet wound wasn't helping. For all intents and purposes, it was a scratch. A rather bad scratch that just so happened to be from a bullet, but a scratch nonetheless. Izuku knew how to treat a scratch. Kaken's friend with the ratty nails quirk had given him plenty of practice over the years. Step 1. Clean it. Was it too late for that? Should he risk disturbing the scab? It had been sitting for hours at this point. But he had been sitting on the dirty floor of an abandoned building with an open wound for hours at this point. Yeah, he should probably clean it. At the very least, it wouldn't hurt to try. Well, that wasn't true. It would hurt very much to try, but that's beside the point. Gingerly, Izuku pulled off his sweatshirt and rolled up the sleeve of his t-shirt. He was thankful he had a first aid kit with all the bells and whistles. He would have preferred that his life up to this point hadn't necessitated it, but, well, beggars can't be choosers. Pulling out a pack of gauze and some rubbing alcohol, he braced himself for the familiar sting as he gently blotted the wound and surrounding area. Step 2. Dress it. After inspecting the site thoroughly and deeming it free of any lingering blanket or hoodie fuzzies, he used a cotton swab to spread antibiotic cream on the now sluggishly bleeding wound. Looking through the kit, there didn't seem to be a bandage big enough to cover the scratch, but he really needed to keep it clean. He decided the best course of action was to Frankenstein 2 of the jumbo band-aids. He wiped down the scissors that came with the kit and cut the sticky side off of one end and placed it over the first half of the wound. Then he completed the seal by overlapping the fully intact bandage over the first bandage and the latter half of the wound. Once he'd made sure that the edges had a good seal around the wound, he gathered all the bloodied fabric and shoved it in the duffel bag with the rest of his dirty laundry. He'd have to bump up laundry day. Out of tasks, his mind started to wander. He saved that woman. He took out a man thrice his size and saved someone. Izuku knew, in the depths of his mind, he had given up on his dreams of becoming a hero years ago. He'd just been lying to himself. What was that saying? Putting a band-aid over a bullet wound? He was drowning and dreaming up something to grab onto, but he knew it wasn't real. It could never save him. It just delayed the inevitable. That dream was a lifeline, but deep down Izuku knew that hope was a dangerous thing. Like a faulty HS, it would lift you up only to give you further to fall when it broke. Not if when. Izuku spent his whole life falling for that trick over and over, but he saved that woman, and the warmth that sparked in his chest terrified him. He couldn't let himself fall again. He knew he wouldn't be able to get back up this time. He shook his head to dispel the thought from his mind and checked the time. It was already past 6:30. He wouldn't have time to go to the library today. Maybe he could find a laundromat with Wi-Fi or find a way to bypass the school's password protection during lunch. He needed to look up how to better care for the Greys. He still felt a bit floaty, and he was like 80% sure it wasn't because of blood loss. It's just something that happened on bad days. He supposed getting shot was a good enough reason to have a bad day, so he just let himself float. He'd been doing that a lot lately. With a sigh, Izuku got dressed in his school uniform and prepared for another day in paradise. Deku was acting really fucking weird, more than his standard level of weird. He'd always been spacey. He'd sit down with his stalker notes and mumble to himself for hours if no one stopped him. But now it seemed like he was hardly ever present. He'd been steadily becoming less of a crybaby, but for the past couple months, he hadn't reacted to a DMN thing. The extras would shout their stale insults and he wouldn't give so much as a frown. He wasn't worried about the loser though, definitely not. He was said, that fucker was walking around like a robot. It was creepy and Katsuki was sick of it. There were other changes over the last few months too. Every couple of days he'd come to class looking like a wet dog and he'd started getting lunch from the cafeteria, which he never did before. Katsuki didn't know why he bothered when it ended up on the floor half the time. Maybe his mommy stopped packing his lunch for him cause he was a big boy now. He bet the dumbass couldn't figure out how to make his own lunch to save his life. His mom made him learn how to cook as soon as he could hold a pencil. The nerd wasn't going to get far in life if he kept relying on handouts like a baby. Every day he'd run out of the cafeteria like a dog with its tail between its legs with whatever remained of his lunch, and today was no exception. Stupid, predictable Deku. Katsuki stood just outside the cafeteria doors and waited, and like clockwork, out came Deku, who turned around and spotted him immediately. His face kept that creepy but blank expression that he'd been sporting around. He slapped the tray out of his hands and onto the floor. Deku just looked at the ground and then back up at Katsuki, expression stoic as ever. "What the hell is your problem, Deku?" He quirked his eyebrows slightly as if he had no idea what Katsuki was talking about. "Why are you walking around like a goddamn robot? You throwing a temper tantrum 'cause mommy stopped making lunch for you?" He shot back. His eyebrow lowered back into place and his face once again returned to that stupid lifeless expression. "My mother hasn't cooked for me for several years, Kaken," he replied with that stupid FNG stutter, ignoring Katsuki's question entirely and calling him by that cutesy nickname again. This fucker just lived to PSS him off, didn't he? Grabbing him by the shirt, he slammed the smaller boy into a nearby wall. His only reaction was his eyes widening in surprise. "Answer the question, Deku. What the hell is your problem?" Seeing his face up close didn't make it any less creepy. Now, less than a foot away, Deku's dull eyes just stared back at him. There were dark bags under them and he didn't even look scared. Katsuki had him pinned and he didn't even seem to give a shit. "Why do you care, Kaken?" He finally responded flatly. Was he too stupid to realize he was being threatened? Why wasn't he scared? Oh, he'd give him something to be scared about. With no preamble, he let go and punched Deku square in the face. Immediately, he went tumbling to the ground. Pathetic. Where's the tough guy act now, Deku? He sneered as he looked down at him. Katsuki searched his face to see his reaction. He looked scared. But he wasn't looking at Katsuki. He didn't seem to be looking anywhere. He was just wearing a scared version of that creepy butt face, staring unfocused at nothing. He kicked him in his stomach to get his attention, but he just let out a yelp and curled into a ball. He kicked him a few more times, but he didn't give any sort of reaction again. Whatever. Stop walking around looking like a robot, Deku. It's fucking creepy. He spat as he turned on his heel and walked away. Izuka didn't know how long he'd spent curled up in a ball on the floor after Kaken left before the janitor found him. It couldn't have been too long, or he would have been trampled by the students leaving the cafeteria at the end of lunch by now, but he wasn't. He was being gently nudged by the janitor's foot, and he thinks he might have been talking to him. Once his brain caught up to the situation, he scrambled to his feet and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll clean this up. I'm so sorry." The janitor narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow. He nudged Izuku's shoulder to try to get him to stop bowing, and he couldn't help but flinch away and bite back a yelp as his injury was jostled. "You okay, kid?" he asked. The question shocked Izuku enough to look the man in the eye. His expression looked somewhere between concerned and annoyed. "Why, sir, sorry, yes, sir." He managed to stammer in response. "This isn't the first time this has happened, son." The man continued. "Oh yeah, annoyed." He was definitely annoyed. Why did he think he was worried? "Stupid Deku." I know, sir, I'm sorry," he said as he looked back at the ground, preparing himself for a scolding. Instead, the man asked, "Dia want me to ask Anze-san to bring your lunch to you at the kitchen door?" Again Izuku was shocked enough to whip his head up. "Why don't have to do that?" Izuku said, even though he very much wanted to just say yes and possibly even kiss the ground this man walked on. This had to be a trick. It'd save us both the trouble of, he gestured vaguely to the mess on the floor. That. Izuku searched the man's face for some sign that he was joking. He even looked around as if a crowd was ready to pop out and laugh at him for thinking someone could care enough to do that for him. But the man just looked bored and the halls were empty except for the two of them. Yes, I would like that if why you could do that. Thank you so much. He couldn't believe this was happening, there's no way this was happening. No problem kid, like I said, saving us both the effort. Why don't you get to class, bell's gonna ring soon. But the M's. I got it kid, it's literally my job. Now scram. He said in the same bored tone he'd had the whole time, like he wasn't shattering Izuku's worldview. He was going to argue more when the shrill tone of the bell cut through the air. Thank you sir. He said as he dashed back to class before his peers caused another scene. The man just let out a non-committal hum and waved him off. Hitoshi was going to talk to that kid today, he really was. He'd told himself that every day for the last few weeks, but this time he really was, except he never showed up. For the first time in over 2 months, he didn't show up. Maybe the fates were trying to tell him something. He did his best to pretend he wasn't lonely, he let himself adopt a lone wolf persona a long time ago, and he wrapped the pelt around him like a shield. He could pretend all he wanted, he could shrug off his mother's concern, but that didn't change the reality of the situation. He was lonely. This year his mother had decided enough was enough. She couldn't keep sending her child somewhere he wasn't safe and have him come back beaten and bruised both mentally and physically. So every day he found himself here in the library taking online classes while his mother worked. It's not like he had friends to miss, he should be happier he wasn't getting his sheet rocked daily anymore, but it wasn't better, it was just a different kind of bad. He didn't miss his classmates' company, but he did miss listening in on their jokes. A good portion of his peers simply ignored him, and he could let his mind play into the illusion that they were his friends. Cammy, he was a creep and he was doing the same thing to that green-haired kid. He just thought that maybe this kid could be different. He showed up to the library at opening and did seemingly non-academic research of his own free will and shied away from anything that moved. That didn't really fit the profile of a bully, and Hitoshi had let himself start to hope. He waved goodbye the last time he saw him and Greenie just nodded and scrambled out the door. He didn't even know his name, he'd just been calling him Greenie in his head and he'd probably scared him away, and now he'd never know. Gah! He exclaimed to the empty library as he not so gently rested his head on the desk. His mother peeked out from around a bookshelf, he didn't know she'd been restocking. You okay, Toshi? Startled, he whipped his head around and hastily replied, Yeah, I'm fine. You sure about that? Fine, people don't normally bash their heads into tables. She countered. She raised an eyebrow at him when he ignored the snide comment by once again pressing his face into the desk. Is it about that little green boy? He was going to get whiplash because again his head shot up in surprise to face her. How the hell did she know that? He's not here today and I know you've been psyching yourself up to talk to him. All he could do was sputter out vague denials that didn't really form a coherent sentence. You're not subtle, kiddo. I could feel how excited you get every time he walks in from the other side of the library, she said with a wry grin. Damn it, he really thought he was getting better at hiding things from her. Maybe he was, she hadn't asked him about the worsening depression. Excitement is usually something that pops up suddenly. Maybe he just kept projecting it for a moment before he had the chance to squash it down. Double damn it, that means she just felt all that surprise and dread, a hug. He said nothing and put his head back on the desk, this time pillowed by his arms, as if blocking her from his periphery would make the problem go away. Kahaku was worried about the green kid. She'd never met anyone so young with such guarded emotions, and the only one she'd been able to parse out with any certainty was fear. Shinso Kahaku's quirk is called Emotional Field. This ability grants her access to a mental plane where everyone's emotions are projected unless they made a conscious effort not to. It didn't have a set range. The way she sensed things was like sound. The louder the sound, the further away it can travel. The stronger the emotion, the further away she could feel it. This aspect of her quirk couldn't be turned off, only ignored. The second part, should she choose to use it, allowed her to reach out and manipulate the emotions she sensed. She didn't even know she could do that until she was in high school, when one of her classmates was called to the principal's office and told that her mother had passed away in an incident on the other side of town. The girl's sorrow came out of nowhere and ripped through Kahaku's mind. It was debilitating, and she fell to the floor weeping in the middle of the classroom. She'd felt other people's grief before, but that time was too close, too fresh, and it came on without any warning. She couldn't think of anything beyond, make it stop, please, Cammy, make it stop. And it did, and in a room down the hall, the girl who just lost her mom stopped crying. She became unresponsive and just stared catatonic at the wall. It didn't take long for the teachers to connect the incidents, and it seemed to take even less time for the news to spread across the school. Before that day, if you asked anyone about Kahaku, they'd say she was the kindest person you'd ever met. She was always so in tune with everyone. She was the shoulder to cry on. She was friends with everyone. After that day, if you asked about Kahaku, they'd say, Kahaku could twist your mind and you wouldn't even know it. She's probably been doing it to us this whole time. She tricked us all into liking her. You can't trust her, she can just make you feel however she wants. It didn't matter to them that she didn't mean to. It didn't matter that she never manipulated anyone into liking her. Her reputation for kindness didn't matter, her actions didn't matter. No one seemed to care about what she had done, only about what she could do. It wasn't until she was a full-grown adult that she'd managed to crawl her way out from under the oppressive weight of isolation. It took several years, but she'd finally managed to find enough open-minded people who saw her beyond what she could do that she didn't feel quite so alone. But Kahaku knew what loneliness felt like. It had clung to her like the persistent scent of cigarette smoke for years, and she could feel it surrounding her son like a storm cloud. She saw far too much of herself in that boy. She knew he was struggling, and she knew that he was trying to hide it from her, but she didn't know what to do. Kids are cruel and easily frightened. If someone tells them something is scary, they'll believe it. And Kahaku knew that once people judged you for something, it was nigh impossible to make them change their minds. She gave up trying to change people's minds about her a long time ago, but looking at how people treated her son, she wanted to grab the world, shake it, and say, look at him. Actually, look at him. He's so kind. You've been putting him down for years and he's never hurt you. Just give him a chance. But she couldn't, and even if she could, it wouldn't make a difference. How do you tell a kid that the only way he's ever going to find people who treat him like a person is to break his own heart over and over? How do you tell a kid that he just has to find a way to pick himself up and put himself back together without letting his heart grow calloused? She let out a sigh. Well, here goes nothing. Toshi, that kid is far more scared of you than you are of him. Just talk to him. You're never gonna know unless you try. She knew that wasn't what he wanted to hear. It's not what she would have wanted to hear, but it was true. Friends don't find people like us, we gotta find them ourselves. She added. She had to hope that would be enough. Friday morning found Izuku dragging himself to the library, doing his best to cover his black eye with overgrown curls. Before he even properly walked in, the librarian was looking around with a worried expression. When her eyes locked with his, he dropped his gaze to the floor and tried to hurry past to the computers. Before he could slip out of sight, he heard Shinso-san call out to him. Kid, are you all right? Damn it. He was far too polite to ignore her. Turning around, he plastered on his best fake smile and said, Why, Shinso-san, I'm all right. She did not look convinced. She looked him up and down and said confidently, No, you're not. You're hurt. She cut herself off and stood up quickly, sending her seat spinning a little ways behind her. Is that a black eye? What happened? He took several steps back as she approached him far too quickly for his liking. She seemed to notice her mistake because she stopped, still a few meters away. She knew he was hurt before she saw his eye. She looked concerned even before she saw him at all. Was that a quirk? Could she sense pain? Could she not control it? Oh, Cammy, he should leave. What if he's hurting her? Kid, calm down, it's okay. I'm not mad, no one is going to hurt you, she said as she crouched down in an effort to look as non-threatening as possible. I'm fine. How did you know that before I even walked in? He asked. She dropped her gaze to the ground for a moment before she met his eyes again with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, it's my quirk, I can't turn it off, I can sense emotions. That was the explanation she gave strangers. She always left out the second bit. She knew she had to bare her whole self to make true friends, but that didn't mean she had to go around letting every stranger she met reject her. But for Toshi, she added, and control them if I choose to. She had felt many people's responses to that sentence before. She'd felt anger, betrayal, curiosity, disgust, and confusion, but never awe. It was so vivid she could almost see it, and suddenly the kid she had never heard say more than a 10-word sentence was firing questions at her faster than she could hear them. You can control them. That's so interesting. How could you use her? Penis and teen emotion. What is the range of your control? Can you emotion source like nuisance? Can you completely down from a panic attack? That would be so helpful in heroics. Can you track people's location with it? Do physical objects interfere with it? How can you tell where emotions are coming from like a hell who is feeling you crowd? That must get really overwhelming, don't you? He cut himself off abruptly when he finally registered her shocked expression. I'm so sorry, is it Shinso-san? He said as he bowed his head toward the floor. Kahaku could feel the moment the kid's amazement turned to fear and shame. Both emotions were so strong and so disparate that it nearly gave her whiplash. She didn't even know how to respond. She was in shock. It wasn't until she felt the boy's shame turn into full-blown self-hatred that she snapped herself out of it. Hey, kid, it's okay. I was just surprised. I'm not mad at you. Honest. She tried to reassure, but she could feel that he didn't believe her. Somewhere amid all the theatrics, Hitoshi had come over to see what was going on, and from behind Izuku, she could see him looking at the two of them with confusion. She tried to wave him away because it felt like this kid was on the edge of a crisis, but he stayed put. Little sheet. She turned her focus back to the kid. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't understand most of that, but I can feel what you're feeling, so just calm down, take a breath, it's okay. I'm not mad at you. Oh no, he was hurting her. Like flicking a light switch, she felt the boy's swirling emotions turn off. I'm sorry, Shinso-san, don't worry about it or Emi. It's fine. He said with another bow before he turned on his heel and left for the computers, giving Hitoshi a small nod on his way. What the heck was that? Hitoshi said once he was sure Greenie was well out of earshot. When did you walk in? She asked in return. During whatever he was ranting about. I didn't know he could talk that fast. Neither did I. She replied, trying to collect her thoughts enough to answer the question as he walked closer. I don't know, he just felt off and he was limping a bit, then I saw he had a black eye and he asked me about my quirk. So, I told him and well, you heard the rest. You told him about your quirk? All of it? Yeah. Hitoshi stared at her in shock for a moment. What did he say? I'm not entirely sure. He had a lot of questions. That's when you walked in. I hardly caught a word of it. He was so excited. I've never felt someone get excited about my quirk. I think he thought I was mad at him. He got so scared. She felt a tiny spark of hope rise in Hitoshi's chest before he snuffed it out. You still think I should talk to him today? He asked. She thought of all the swirling emotions the boy was feeling and how he was able to push them all down in the blink of an eye. It was concerning, to say the least. She was inclined to let the boy get a handle on his emotions and leave him be, but she was officially worried about this kid now. She finally settled on a compromise. Maybe just ask his name, introduce yourself. Give him a minute first. Eventually, Hitoshi made it back to his usual computer. Greenie wasn't mumbling like he usually did, but when he passed, it looked like he was reading about first aid, which was concerning in conjunction with the black eye. He sat down in his spot and shot glances at the kid every few minutes. It was nearing the time when Greenie normally left when he finally plucked up the courage to say something. Shinso Hitoshi. That's my name. He groaned internally, real smooth. Great job, Toshi, you really nailed that one. Oh, hi, Shinso. Greenie replied, Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi couldn't help but giggle, but he stopped when he realized that was probably rude. Sorry, I've been calling you Greenie and I guess I wasn't far off. Gee, Midoriya let out a little laugh. Hitoshi couldn't tell if it was fake or not before they both fell back into silence. When Midoriya got up to leave at his usual time, Hitoshi waved him off and actually got a shy wave in return. For the first time in years, Izuku was waiting for the lunch bell to ring in excitement rather than dread. The janitor told him Friday that the lunch lady had agreed to bring him his lunch to the back door of the kitchen. He'd been thinking about it all weekend, and he'd even found a dirty and only partially broken bento box while rummaging through the trash. He cleaned it up and fixed it as best he could so that he could take home anything he didn't finish. By the time the metallic ring of the bell cut through the air, Izuku was nearly bouncing out of his seat. He shot out of the room ahead of all his classmates and headed straight for the kitchen. When he got there he knocked like the janitor told him to and waited. And waited. He was considering knocking again when the door abruptly opened, revealing one of the lunch ladies looking down at him with thinly veiled distaste. She held out a tray, barely giving Izuku enough time to grab it before she let go. "Don't drop it," she said coldly before promptly shutting the door in Izuku's face. That was probably to be expected. At least she agreed to bring his food out at all. It's more than he ever would have asked for, and despite the rudeness, he appreciated it immensely. He took his tray to the roof so that he could eat in peace. It was kinda cold and a little dry. Honestly, it was not very good, but he gobbled it down like it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Rationing his food at the warehouse had been difficult and the weekends often found him hungry. He was stretching his merch money as far as he could, but he knew he would need to find a more long-term solution. Maybe he could find an under-the-table job somewhere, or maybe he could try to fix some of the things he found at the dump and sell them. He'd seen a microwave and a few bicycles that didn't look completely beyond repair. Having a consistent source of food wouldn't solve everything, but it was a good start. His stomach had likely shrunk due to his usually low food intake, so he found himself full before he could finish the tray, but he'd expected that and packed the rest into a bento to take home. It wouldn't keep long, so he'd have to eat it for dinner. Izuku had put off laundry day for too long. He'd been sleeping on a crusty blanket since Thursday and it was Monday. He really should have gone during the weekend, but he'd spent it digging through Dagoba Beach looking for generator parts to try to fix the busted one he'd found a while back. As it stood, Izuku was glaring daggers between the gradually setting sun and the dryers. This was taking forever. He'd run straight home after school, grabbed his laundry, and headed straight for the laundromat, but he'd forgotten he hadn't washed his blanket here before and it was taking forever for it to dry. It was early September, so the sun was starting to set sooner and sooner, and the nights were getting colder and colder. He needed this blanket to be dry to keep warm tonight, but he also didn't want to walk home in the dark and have a repeat of what caused him to have to wash his own blood out of his comforter in the first place. As the seconds ticked by, he only got more and more tense. There were only so many times he could go over his homework without losing the small bit of sanity that he had left. He saw the streetlights flick on out of the corner of his eye, and he willed the dryer to work faster. When the dryer's buzzer finally sounded, he checked inside and, mercifully, everything was dry. Not even bothering to fold his school uniform, he stuffed everything back into the duffel bag, threw on his hoodie, and flew out the door as the last traces of sunlight were starting to leave the sky. He pulled up his hood and face mask to both fight back the cool air and try to make himself as threatening as he could. Izuku was cursing himself for leaving his flashlight on the windowsill to charge. He didn't expect to be out this long. It was pure chance he'd even brought enough pocket change to pay for the 3 whole cycles it took to dry his stupid blanket. He didn't even have the kitchen knife. It was too big to properly fit in his hoodie pocket, and he was scared it was going to cut a hole in it one day. So, here he was walking uptown by himself with the majority of his earthy possessions and absolutely no means to defend himself, only 4 days after getting shot in a back alley in these very same streets. Great. Jewist great. It was a solid 15-minute walk back to the warehouse, and 5 of those would be in the warehouse district, so it would be fine. Just keep your head down, stay alert, and keep walking. Of course, luck was hardly ever on Izuku's side. He shouldn't be surprised. He was an unarmed and unimposing figure walking through the slums after sundown with 2 large bags. He would have had to have more than just luck on his side to get through that walk unscathed. Only about 2.5 minutes into his walk, he noticed a gangly man had started to tail him. That's okay. Stay on the main streets where most of the street lamps were functional and keep walking. 5 minutes later, the man was only getting closer. They were skirting the edge of uptown and the warehouse district. He couldn't just lead the guy back to where he lived. He had to do something. Should he run? He wasn't confident he could outpace a full-grown man while carrying everything. Should he try to lose him in the alleys? He knew the streets well, but he had no idea if this guy did too. Plus, Izuku knew quite well that he could just end up finding more trouble running around the back alleys. The decision was made for him when the man grabbed the handle of his backpack and threw him just out of the glow of the streetlight behind a long-since abandoned cafe. Izuku spun with the momentum so that he was facing the man and took a few steps back to balance himself lest he end up on his butt. When he turned around he saw the man pointing a knife at him. Of course, this would happen. This was Izuku's life, of course, this was happening. He almost wanted to laugh. Hand it over, everything now, he commanded. Slowly Izuku lifted the duffel off his shoulder, tossed it to the man's feet, and put his hands up in surrender. Backpack too, shrimp, he said as he used his foot to nudge the duffel further from Izuku's reach. He didn't have the money to replace all of this stuff and it was only getting colder. Izuku was as good as dead whether he followed the man's orders or not. It was only a matter of time. He wasn't going to just hand everything over, not without a fight, not a chance in hell. Making up his mind, he shrugged his injured shoulder, letting the strap fall off slowly, but as the bag swung he grabbed the remaining strap in his right hand and used the momentum to swing it forward, striking the man's hand with considerable force. The knife went clattering to the ground and Izuku kicked his assailant in the shin to distract him as he scooped up the knife, turning it back on its owner who was cursing up a storm. When the man looked up and saw his knife now pointing at him, he started to back away with his hands up. After a second, he seemed to realize that he was the one who had cornered Izuku, so there was presently nothing behind him to get in the way of his retreat. Idiot. So retreat he did. Izuku was left dumbstruck at what he'd just done for a moment after the man left. He just stood there pointing a knife at nothing and no one. His mouth would have caught flies if not for the mask covering it. Did he just steal a knife? Was that considered stealing? Was accidentally stealing weapons from criminals becoming a hobby? 2's a coincidence but 3's a trend, and Izuku was not looking to connect those dots tonight. Once his mind caught up with the situation, he slung his backpack over his shoulders, picked up his duffel bag, pocketed the knife, and quickly made his way back to the warehouse district. Izuku returned to the warehouse and checked the back alley for dumpster jump scare. Given the lack of dumpster jump scares, he assumed she was still asleep. He'd been tossing treats to her every night and she'd seemingly been ignoring them, but they were always gone the next day. It could have been the rats eating them, but Izuku figured she ended up eating the treats one way or another, so he kept doing it. He didn't have the energy to stick around and wait for her, so he tossed the treats where he usually did and headed inside. Once Izuku had retrieved his flashlight and settled his things back into their proper places on the landing, he finally gave himself a moment to process what just happened. He just reverse mugged someone. What the hell? Somehow, he was 2 for 2 on street fights. He saved someone and he saved himself. That realization had hope rising in his chest. Izuku promptly dragged that hope out back, shot it, then beat it bloody with a bat for good measure. He was not going to let himself hope again, he couldn't bear it. Turning the light out, he bundled himself up in his stupid clean and dry blanket and did his best to fall asleep, but no matter what he did he couldn't silence the thoughts that told him he had a shot. He could fight, he could save people, he did save people. He could be a hero. 2 instances were a coincidence, but 3 could be a trend. Here he is, very intimidating if I do say so myself, faced with tears of joy. I had to look through 3 tutorials to figure out how to embed an image. Whoever allowed me to have a computer should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Anyway, I'm taking critiques on writing, not on art, so no one say a single negative GD word ABT this or I'll cry. I would link my website to prove I actually know how to make art, but I'm not trying to dox myself on A03 for clout. The next morning Izuku found an unforeseen flaw in setting up camp in a stairwell when he woke up to the sounds of screams echoing off of the vaulted ceilings. It's not the first time he had woken up to a nightmare since he moved, but it was the first time he woke up screaming. He was tangled in his blanket and the cold sweat that coated his skin just made the fabric cling even closer. He was pinned down in a pitch-black echo chamber of his own screams. It was hell. He finally thrashed himself out of the confines of his blanket and his hands met the rough concrete floor. Blindly reaching out, he felt the wall and the cool metal of the handrail. The shock of cold was enough to remind him where he was and realize he was the one screaming. The sound cut off as he gasped in a breath. It was just a dream, but his overactive imagination had him feeling the phantom burn of fire and explosions where scars marred his flesh. It seemed his subconscious took it upon itself to remind him of his weakness in response to the hope burning in his chest that refused to die. Distantly, he registered that tears were streaming down his cheeks and every breath felt like it was tearing his lungs apart, but the sensations were too far away. The brief grounding moment the handrail provided had come and gone. He knew there was no reason to panic, there was no danger, but he couldn't get the message to his body. Forcing himself to push through the disconnect, he bundled himself up in his comforter and backed against the wall as his shaky hands went to flick on the flashlight. The oppressive darkness wasn't doing much to calm his nerves. Once he proved to himself nothing was lurking in the shadows, he rested his head on his knees and tried to calm his breathing. Just a dream, it was just a dream. Breathe in for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Out for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Rinse and repeat. He didn't know how long he sat there trying to regulate his breathing, but by the time he got a hold of himself, the time read 5:24 a.m. He had a little less than an hour before his alarm was set to go off, but there was no way he was going to be able to go back to sleep. It was Tuesday, so it was a shower day, and there was no way he could skip it since he skipped the last one to research first aid at the library and then spent the whole weekend sifting through trash at Dagobah. He smelled like sheet, and the cold sweat from the nightmare wasn't helping. He picked up the knife from the last step of the upper stairs where he'd put it last night. The gun was on the last step of the lower stairs, as far out of sight and reach as it could be. It was a nice knife. It had a leather-wrapped handle that fit well in his grip, and it was much more reasonably sized than the kitchen knife. The blade was 4 to 5 inches long. It was balanced well at the guard, with the hilt being about the same length as the blade. It felt good in his hand. It felt right. His body was still buzzing with energy, so he decided to run through his drills with the new knife. Despite his hands still shaking, the movements felt more fluid. Izuku supposed that made sense. A clunky, unbalanced blade made his movements feel clunky and unbalanced, but this knife was elegant. He wouldn't go so far as to call his movements elegant, but they felt right. Lost in his own movements, he was shocked when he heard his alarm go off. He'd been dancing around with a knife for 45 minutes like an idiot. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring a knife to school, so he mournfully set it aside and slipped his soap into his bag. He'd run out of shampoo a few weeks ago, and he'd been washing his hair with bar soap. His curls were in a sad state, but it wasn't a priority, so he just had to make do. They were also starting to hang in his eyes, but he couldn't afford a haircut, and he didn't trust himself to do anything but make it worse if he tried to do it himself. The bullies already had enough ammunition. He didn't need to fuel the fire by giving himself an absolute hackjob haircut. He had wanted to grow it out when he was younger, but his parents always said he looked like a girl and dragged him to the barbershop. As annoying as it was now, it felt like an act of rebellion, and soon he would be able to tuck it behind his ear. For now, he could soldier through getting his nose tickled while he was working. The route to school took Izuku past the former cafe he'd got attempted mugged behind last night. It was surreal. It felt like that experience had happened to someone else. It just felt like there was no way Izuku disarmed and scared off a mugger. It seemed even more impossible that gangly little Izuku dropped a mountain of a man like a sack of potatoes last week, but he did, and he was here to... Well, he didn't have anyone to tell the tale to, but the point was he could. He had gotten out of those fights relatively unscathed, and he couldn't seem to process that. He'd been weak and useless his whole life, and the person who did those things was incongruent to what Izuku had always been. He couldn't be strong, he couldn't fight, he couldn't help people, he couldn't be a hero, but the person last night? They were clever and fast, they knew how to take control of the situation. The person last week was brave and skilled, they were strong. They were the antithesis of Izuku. It was confusing. He felt like he was trying to jam two puzzle pieces together that didn't fit. He was Deku, and Deku meant useless, but that other person wasn't useless. Izuku wanted to be that person more than anything. They just felt so out of reach. Izuku had been trying to repair the busted solar generator he found at Dagobah Beach for nearly a full month, but there was only so much he could do when the only tool he owned was a rusty screwdriver. He'd managed to take it apart, but it had severe water damage, and he was pretty sure the main circuit board needed resoldering in several places, and the fuses were all blown. The problem with that was he didn't have a soldering iron, and even if he did, he didn't have anywhere to plug it in. He'd been looking for replacement parts in the other abandoned electronics at Dagobah, but everything there had so much water damage he had yet to find anything even remotely functional. The fuses were beyond repair and definitely needed replacing, but he thought the circuitry might not be too far gone. Maybe he should just look into how much the replacement parts would cost new. He didn't have much money, but getting this thing up and running would be such a huge quality of life improvement that, depending on the price, it would be worth cutting his losses. It was mid-September now and he'd found a space heater at the dump that he thinks he fixed, but he didn't have anywhere to plug it in to test it. Being underground wasn't retaining heat as much as he had hoped it would, and it was only going to get worse as winter approached. Yeah, getting that generator fixed was becoming a priority. Replacement parts would have to be the next topic of research when he went to the library. Turns out fuses aren't too expensive, it would only be about 1 yen. It made sense, they were made to break in order to protect the circuit from overflows in the electrical current. They were pawns to the circuit board king. Following that train of logic, it made sense that the circuit board itself would be much more expensive to replace. 20,000 yen was a lot of money for Izuku. Buying a soldering iron would only be 2,000 yen. If he could find somewhere to plug it in, he might be able to fix the circuit board himself. Possibly wasting 2,000 yen versus possibly saving 18,000 yen seemed worth the gamble, so Izuku took a mental note of where the nearest hardware store was before he headed to school. The next time Izuku went to visit DJ, short for dumpster jumpscare, he kept his eyes above the dumpster to see where she jumped out from. He had a feeling she spent all day sleeping in the sunshine up on the roof of the building. That's certainly what he would do if he was a cat, and if he got this generator up and running, he'd need to put the panel on the roof to optimize the amount of sunlight it captured. Leaving his flashlight on the windowsill all day might be enough to keep it going, but a whole generator would require much more power. He wouldn't necessarily be able to take the same path to the roof as DJ, but DJ was a huge cat, so whatever footholds she used would have to be sturdy enough for a 20 to 25-pound cat to launch herself off of daily. So as he encroached on her hunting grounds, he kept his eyes on the roof, and as he got closer, he saw her eyes peek over the ledge before she launched herself off and onto the dumpster in one leap. Not fair. He couldn't do that. Well, that explains how you make such a racket every time you jump on that poor dumpster. You're reaching terminal velocity before you dent that lid every night. He grumbled. That may be a bit dramatic, there was no way she could reach terminal velocity from that height, but he was really hoping to get some help from this cat who still steadfastly seemed to hate him despite him feeding her every night for weeks. You know, one day you're gonna fall right through the lid and I'm gonna laugh at you, he added as he tossed the nightly treats and went to leave, but just before he rounded the corner he saw her jump down to the ground and sniff. She had been eating the treats this whole time, not the rats. She just didn't want to give Izuku the satisfaction of knowing she liked them. Cheeky little sheet. Izuku resigned to having to find his own way up to the roof as he curled himself into bed that night. Izuku had a plan. He'd found an extension cord that probably worked and he was going to plug it into the outlet outside the front of the minimart. It was probably for if the owner wanted to hang lights during the holidays, but they never did, and Izuku had seen people charging phones there before. The owner, Shimamoto-san, was a very kind man and never cut the power to that outlet or chased anyone off. He also heard through the grapevine that he would give away pastries at closing after they'd gotten too stale to sell, but Izuku had been avoiding staying out at night as much as possible, so he hadn't gotten the chance to see if that was true or not. So, the plan was to run the extension cord around the back alley and try to fix the circuit board as quickly as possible. He didn't want people asking questions, and a 12-year-old attempting to fix circuitry in the middle of the street while mooching off the mini-mart's electricity was sure to draw attention. He dropped 5,000 yen on the fuses, soldering iron, and the accompanying tools like a tiny wire brush, some replacement wires, flux, and the actual solder itself, so he was really hoping it wouldn't be for nothing. Dragging the whole generator to the mini-mart back alley wasn't really the best idea, so he would have to hope he got everything right the first time so he wouldn't have to go back and forth to check if it was working a million times. He'd never done this before, but he'd done extensive research on the topic and he was confident he had found what the issue was and would be able to fix it. If this didn't fix it, the thing may be too far gone, and Izuku was really hoping that wasn't the case. Practicing a few solder dots on the sidewalk, he brought out the circuit board that he'd already disassembled and cleaned of the old busted wires and solder. Now there was nothing left to do but try his best. It only took 13 minutes for him to get all the wires in place and check his work about 1,000 times. Once he was sure that he'd done everything he could, he packed everything away and all but skipped back to the warehouse. He was so excited for this generator to work. It took him at least another half an hour to put all the pieces back together and a further 5 minutes to pluck up the courage to flick the switch on. He finally steeled his nerves enough to flick the switch with his eyes squeezed shut, as if not seeing the moment he turned it on only to have it not work would save him the heartbreak. He peeked one eye open and nothing. It wasn't working. He almost wanted to kick it down the stairs, and then he realized he was an idiot. It was a solar generator, and it had been broken for who knows how long and then been sitting in a pitch-black stairwell for a month. Of course, it wasn't working. With renewed vigor, he lugged the thing back up the stairs and into the back alley. Hopefully, DJ would scare away anyone who went poking around looking for hunks of junk to steal. He'd never heard the distinctive clang of her landing on the dumpster from inside the factory, but it was very loud. If it happened, he would hear it, so either dumpster jump scares were saved for him exclusively or no one ever went into that back alley. The latter option seemed far more likely given how desolate the warehouse district was. Obviously, the alley wouldn't get the most sunlight, but Izuka hadn't found a way up to the roof yet, and he wasn't about to just leave it out in the open. It should be able to get enough exposure if he left it here while he was at school. It couldn't be cast in shadow all day, so at some point it would get direct sunlight. But the next 19 or so hours were going to be the longest 19 or so hours of his entire life. He couldn't help but drag his feet as he made his way back to the stairwell to do his homework by flashlight light before he went to sleep. He was right. Forget everything else that had ever happened to him, today was the worst day of his life. The anticipation was killing him. He would have ditched early if stepping a single toe out of line wouldn't have hell raining down on him from his teachers. His eyes were glued to the clock, and he was up and out of his seat within a nanosecond of the bell ringing. He was out of the classroom before the bell finished its toll, and he shot home in a dead sprint. All his experience in running was paying off. He cleared the 3.5-kilometer walk in record time and charged into the back alley, kicking up dust. He quickly knelt down in front of the generator. Come on, this was it, it's gotta work. He flicked the switch and the interface lit up. He had to curb his excitement. It was just the interface, that didn't mean it was fully operational. Whipping his backpack off his shoulder, he fished out his phone and phone charger and went to plug it in. This was it, the real moment of truth. His phone screen lit up with a notification, charging, 43%. He couldn't help but scream and jump for joy. Why yeah? Hell yes. Woohoo! He did it. He really did it. He had power again. All his whoopin' and hollerin' must have been enough to wake DJ, because he heard a marrow from the roof where she sat glaring down at him. He'd have to leave her extra treats tonight as an apology for waking her. It turns out that he had not fixed the space heater, but now that he could test it, he was more motivated to give it another go. He tinkered around with it for a while until he finally got it to hum to life. Hell yes, he was 2 for 2 again. He felt unstoppable, and wasn't that a strange feeling? Confidence wasn't something he was used to. He had to remind himself that 2 was a coincidence and 3 was a trend. These were probably easy fixes, he shouldn't let it get to his head. Izuka figured he would have to find a way to get up to the roof, because he did not want to have to lug this thing up and down the stairs every morning and evening. The solar panel was detachable for this very reason, but he still needed a way to connect it down to the stairwell. It had a cord, but it wasn't long enough to run the whole distance. That cord, in addition to the extension cord he found, could be enough. It would at least be enough to get the outlet to ground level, and Izuku could add another extension when he got his hands on one. He'd have to keep an eye out at Dagobah. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra extension cord anyway. He wouldn't put it past DJ to chew through the cable. The best path to the roof, or at least the safest path, would be around the outside of the stairwell, as it had the best structural integrity. It's also where DJ hung out, so presumably there was enough flat area to lounge. He'd definitely have to set the panel up at an angle. He could see DJ loafing on top of the panel and blocking out all the sun to spite him. It was the perfect size for her to loaf on, and it was black, so the sun would warm it up, which would be too tempting for even the most well-behaved cat, and DJ was a menace. Izuku could wait and try to find a ladder, but who knows how long that would take. He wanted to get this done now. He thought about the Twilight and Underground heroes he used to see from the roof of his old apartment building, jumping around rooftops and climbing up the sides of buildings like they were on a jungle gym. This was a bad idea. He thought about how he had jumped off a wall and launched himself high enough to hit a 7-foot-tall man in the neck. This was a really bad idea. He saw how the stairwell was built onto the outside of the wall, so it stuck out and formed a small alcove with a nearby support beam. So, theoretically, Izuku could jump from wall to wall all the way to the top of the roof. He was going to do it, wasn't he? Half of him was already exasperated with his own idiocy, but the other half of him was a passively suicidal 12-year-old with no supervision. Izuku let the kid in him do the decision-making for once. He tied the solar panel to one end of the extension cord and tied the other end around one of his belt loops so that if he fell he didn't break the panel as well as his bones, and if he didn't fall he could use the cord to pull the panel up to the roof. He pushed the dumpster into the alcove both so he could get a head start on height and so that it could break his fall in the likely event he ended up eating sheet. He kicked at either wall as high up as he could to check that they wouldn't give under his weight. Once he was satisfied that they were sturdy, he jumped at the wall and turned mid-air to kick off the other. He got 2.5 jumps up before he fumbled the turn and sent himself careening into the dumpster. His palms got scratched up and his bum was likely going to be sporting a new bruise, but he wasn't too worse for wear. The point is he had proven his theory. Meru. And he'd woken up DJ again. Listen, I'll give you more treats tonight, I just need to get this on the roof. I'll even put the dumpster back so you can keep scaring the crap out of me. He lazily placated her as he thought through the movements and where he went wrong. He could do it, he did do it, he just lost the rhythm. All he could do was try again, and so he did. And again. And again. After falling 5 more times and gaining an innumerable amount of bruises and possibly a sprained ankle, he found himself sprawled on the roof looking up into the eyes of a very unimpressed cat. She was only 3 feet away. This was the closest he'd ever gotten without getting hissed and swatted at. Maybe she was taking pity on him after watching that sorry display. Slowly he reached a hand out for her to sniff, which she immediately slapped away, but it was without claws, so he'd take that as a win. Not wanting to push his luck, he skirted around DJ to the corner of the roof closest to the former window current hole in the wall that was nearest to the stairwell door and pulled the solar panel up by the cord. There was some sort of metal pipe that may have been an exhaust valve at some point, but now it was going to be a solar panel stand. He tied the panel to the pole facing due south and tossed the other end of the cord over the side of the wall. The cord pooled in a circle on the ground, which would be enough length to at least get the generator in the building, maybe even to the top landing of the stairwell, but definitely not all the way down it to the second landing. He was going to need another extension cord. Damn it. Well, that was a problem for later. Now he needed to get down. He didn't think this through. Would going down jumping from wall to wall slow his descent? Would add friction, so theoretically it would slow the fall, but would it slow it enough? Izuku figured he'd fallen onto that dumpster enough times today that he didn't really care if he was essentially just flat out jumping off the roof at this point. So with not much forethought he just went for it. It definitely slowed him down and he landed on his feet, but he lost a shoe on the second jump. He probably should have tied the laces tighter before doing that, but you live and you learn, and now Izuku had one slightly dirtier sock. There could be worse outcomes. He shot another apology to DJ as he collected his fallen shoe and dragged the generator inside. Izuku was right, the generator couldn't make it past the 3rd step and the stairs weren't wide enough to hold it, so he had to set it on the first landing. This landing was smaller than the second landing. It was square, so it was only as wide as the stairs themselves. Izuku didn't fancy sleeping in such tight quarters with a space heater, so he moved getting another extension cord to the top of his priority list and headed down to the second flight to work on his homework. Minus all the bruises, that was actually pretty fun. It was like playing on monkey bars for big kids. It would be a good skill to have too. He could just wall jump away next time someone tried to mug him. Maybe he could practice more and it could be a reliable getaway option. Waking up the next morning had Izuku questioning if he really wanted to practice doing that ever again. Everything hurt and he was a walking bruise. He hadn't broken anything, but moving around was quite painful regardless. It felt like every muscle he had was sore. Whether that was because it was a full-body workout or because he'd managed to bruise every muscle in his body, he wasn't sure, but both options seemed equally likely. Maybe it was both. It was probably both. Today was Wednesday, so it was a library day. Maybe he could look into free running. He thinks that's what that was called. It seemed like the kind of skill that was built more from practice than study, but it couldn't hurt to look into it. It would certainly hurt less than falling off a roof 5 to 6 times in rapid succession. Izuku was at the library looking into heroes who did a lot of parkour and free running when the purple-haired kid walked past him, likely getting a look at his screen because he stopped and spoke to him for the first time since he introduced himself. "So, you like heroes a lot, don't you?" The kid seemed to have surprised himself by speaking, and Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin because he hadn't realized he was behind him. He'd been starting to let his guard down here and he didn't like it. He was easing himself into a false sense of security. Neither of the Shinsos had said or done anything even mildly aggressive to him, but that was because they didn't know what he was. He was never going to tell them, but he knew they'd find out. Eventually, he'd let it slip, or someone from school would see him in here and cause a scene. Nothing good ever lasted, not for him. Izuku didn't know how to respond, and apparently, he was taking too long to decide because Shinso looked very uncomfortable and started trying to fill the awkward silence. "I just mean you're always doing research on old merch and watching the news, and now this. I'm not trying to say you're obsessive, that came out wrong. I know you research all types of stuff that goes way over my head. You're probably really smart, and now I'm making myself look like a stalker. Sorry, I'll just go. I'm back to my spot," he said all in one mumbled sentence. Oh no, now he'd made him feel bad. He had to say something. No, it's okay. I didn't know what Tis, I do like heroes. I do. Why, you ask? Do you like heroes too? Shinso looked as uncomfortable as Izuku felt. Kami, what a pair they made. Yeah, I like some of them. I like the ones with non-combative quirks. They're really impressive, but sometimes the limelights are too much, he responded. Izuku was nearly vibrating in his seat, trying to hold back the urge to unload every fact and statistic he knew about heroes with non-combative quirks. Normal kids didn't care about all of that, and they thought it was really weird that Izuku knew it all off the top of his head. Just because another kid likes heroes doesn't mean they want to hear him rant. He'd learned that lesson the hard way too many times. Suppressing the urge to go overboard, he responded instead by asking, "Who's your favorite?" Most kids had a favorite hero. Surely that was a safe thing to ask. Apparently, that was not a safe thing to ask because the kid's face went from nervous to grief-stricken the moment the question left his mouth. Hitoshi remembered that night like it happened yesterday. He was out with his parents for his 7th birthday. The three of them had made it a tradition to go out for dinner on his birthday because he hadn't had friends to invite to a party since he was 4. It was a Saturday night. His tummy was full of ice cream, and his mom was holding both his and his father's hands since the street wasn't too crowded for them to all walk side by side. He couldn't remember what they were talking about, but he knew he was happy. He may not have friends, but he had 2 parents that cared about him, and that was enough for him in that moment. But that moment couldn't last forever. He wished that moment could have lasted forever. He remembers how one of his father's co-workers came stumbling around the corner, and when his eyes met the family, he looked so angry. His words were slurred, but Hitoshi could make out something along the lines of, "They shouldn't let you fuckers breed," before he charged at them. His father pushed him and his mother behind himself and tried to command the man to stop, but he was far too drunk and angry to listen. Hitoshi couldn't do anything but watch as the man's fingers morphed into knives and embedded themselves in his father's chest. Just as the man turned on Hitoshi and his mother, he was pulled back by tendrils of cloth, and another man descended from a nearby roof, breaking his fall on the other man's face and promptly knocking him unconscious. The hero left him where he dropped and rushed over to Hitoshi's father, quickly wrapping the cloth around his chest and applying pressure and calmly but firmly telling his mother to call an ambulance. The hero did everything he could. He saved Hitoshi and his mother. He apprehended their attacker, but despite his best efforts, Shinso Tsuyoshi bled out on the sidewalk that night in front of his wife and son. The look was fleeting. Shinso tried to pretend it didn't happen, and Izuku politely let him. It took a moment for Shinso to respond, but eventually he did with a sad smile. "You might not know him. He's underground, but he's a local. My favorite hero is Eraserhead." Again, Izuku had to stop himself from going on another rant, because clearly, Eraserhead was Shinso's favorite hero for a reason, and judging by the look that briefly passed his face, he probably saved him from something horrible, and now was not the time for excited word vomit about how cool Eraserhead was. "Why, I know Eraserhead. He patrols my old neighborhood. I used to be able to see him from the roof. He's so cool. He's one of my favorites too," he replied, doing his best to restrain himself. Izuku could go on and on about how Eraserhead was his biggest inspiration because from what little he could find of him online, he knew that he practically fought quirkless. His quirk could erase other people's quirks, so all he could do was level the playing field, everything else was pure skill. The way he whipped himself around the city with his capture scarf was all him. He was living proof that people could do amazing and heroic things without the use of a quirk. If there were any up-close videos of him online, Izuku would be studying them right now because that was exactly the type of thing he was trying to learn how to do. That seemed to be the right thing to say because Shinso's sad smile started to look a little more genuine as it met his eyes. Izuku had practiced throwing himself at those two walls for a few days and he now had a 92% success rate of getting to the roof without falling, which was a vast improvement to the 16% success rate of the first day. Obviously, this was great progress, but it was only ever going to be helpful here if he kept practicing on those same two walls. He didn't really trust any other walls here to hold up to him jumping on and off of them repeatedly, so that meant he had to find somewhere else to practice. Ideally, he would practice anywhere and everywhere, making this an actually useful skill dependent on his ability to adapt to new environments and find unconventional paths just as much as it depended on the athletic ability to leap from foothold to foothold. But Izuku wasn't too keen on gallivanting around town making a fool of himself by letting the public watch him throw himself into various structures over and over again. He resolved himself to have to practice pattern finding in the wild by eye alone, but he could try to find another warehouse that was less decrepit to work on landing different jumps. It would be good to have a backup warehouse in case this one got compromised anyway. He decided to scope out the warehouse on Block 12 again. He only avoided it out of an abundance of caution because he saw a few footprints there. The building was much more structurally sound and he had yet to physically see anyone there day or night. The only reason he hadn't moved was that Izuku was sure that the dilapidated nature of his current warehouse would work to his advantage because no one in their right mind would enter that death trap of their own accord. Izuku was small and light and he knew how to recognize patterns. He could see where things were likely to crumble under his weight and where they weren't. It was a good warehouse, it protected him and admittedly he'd grown a little attached. Sue him, it's all he had. The warehouse on Block 12 was huge, it covered the entirety of the block. At first glance, Izuku's best guess was that it was mostly used for shipping because cargo bays lined 2 of the 4 sides of the building. Each entrance had a garage-style door for trucks to back into and on either side of each door small half-walls to prevent the trucks from running into the building itself. They would make a great low-risk practice jump. With enough momentum, he could probably clear the space between each wall. Izuku had yet to get a glimpse of the inside of this building. It had huge windows, but they were all at the very top. If this place had an open floor plan, it probably got pretty good light during the day. Since the windows were far too high, he had to push one of the cargo doors open in order to get in. All the normal doors were locked tight. With all his strength and the horrible sound of grinding metal, he was able to lift one of the doors up and prop it open with what looked like the metal bit from the inside of a truck tire. It provided more than enough room for Izuku to slip under without the heavy metal door smashing him in half like a dull guillotine. Once he stood up and looked around, Izuku knew he had hit an absolute gold mine. This place must have been a brewery or something because there were metal pipes going around every which way and catwalks lining the ceiling over gargantuan metal silos. This was a free-running playground if he ever saw one. How the hell does a brewery go out of business though, especially one this big? Adults are always drinking alcohol. Whatever, Izuku decided to not look a gift horse in the mouth. This place was perfect, the only question was where to start. Ideally somewhere closer to ground level so he wouldn't fall to his death before he could even learn how to do this. Izuku spent the rest of the day planning out routes to take around the brewery with steadily increasing difficulty and risk. Once he mastered one, he would move on to the next. That seemed like the best way to do this without killing himself. He scribbled it all down in a notebook until he ran out of light to map out new courses. It was probably for the best he didn't start today, as he'd yet to give his body the chance to rest and heal the bruises he'd gotten from his first attempts. From that day forth, Izuku started a new schedule. Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings were still reserved for the library until he either found a way to get Wi-Fi in his warehouse or the Shinsos found out what he was and kicked him out. Usually, on Tuesdays and Fridays, he would sleep in a little longer and take a shower once the school opened its gates, but now he was up with the sun. Tuesday and Friday mornings he headed to Block 12 to practice his free running skills. It worked up quite a sweat even in the cool September air. He split his weekends between the library, his normal walks, and sifting through the trash at Dagobah hoping for some diamonds in the rough. Izuku was making progress in leaps and bounds. In the last few months he had progressed through 7 of the 12 routes he'd planned out for himself in the brewery, and thank his young bones, he hadn't broken anything yet. He thinks he was becoming better at eyeing out the path of least resistance in his everyday life as well, but he'd yet to test his skills in the wild because he didn't want to make either a scene or a fool of himself. The draw of the city was becoming more and more tempting by the day. Progressing in the comfort of his own jungle gym was fun, but he wanted to prove himself. He wanted so desperately to prove to himself that the person who ran off a mugger and one-hit KO'd a mountain of a man wasn't too far out of reach. He needed to prove he did that because the hope that he could be something more than Deku was festering in his gut, eating away at him from the inside out. That horrible burning hope was going to be the death of him one way or another. Once he got through and mastered all 12 of the routes in the brewery, then he'd take it to the city under the cover of night. He shouldn't get ahead of himself. Once he was confident enough to leap from catwalk to catwalk 30-some-odd feet in the air, then he could graduate to running along rooftops. With a solid goal in mind, Izuku returned to his task with determination. He found himself in the brewery most days after school and on the weekends until the sun went down and the warehouse became too dark for him to see where he was jumping. He was spending every bit of daylight he could in that place, but the slow progression was driving him mad. He steadfastly refused to let his impatience get the better of him. He wouldn't move on to a new course or add a new move until he was completely confident in his abilities. He couldn't afford to go to the hospital. They would ask his name and address and why he was there alone and where was his mother, and no, he couldn't risk that. Inko wouldn't take him back even if she could talk her way out of a child abandonment case, and he wasn't going to let himself be put in the system. So, Izuku did things slowly and he learned how to break his fall above all else. He'd become exceptionally good at that. Necessity was an efficient teacher. Days and weeks came and went. Izuku hadn't found anything too exciting in the mountains of trash at Dagobah. He'd taken to gathering every blanket or towel he found that wasn't in complete tatters and cleaning them up as best he could to pad out his nest. The cold winter air had seeped its way into the foundations of the warehouse, and the space heater could only help so much when he was lying on the cold ground. He'd found a few household items that weren't beyond repair as well. He found a broom, a lamp, a radio, a mirror, and even some paint which he used to trace patterns along the dull walls by his landing. The stairwell was shaping up, and with the space heater and the accumulating pile of random cloths, it was pretty cozy too. He still hadn't gotten to pet DJ, but she rarely ever hissed at him anymore. She'd recently started to let him set the treats down in front of her on the dumpster lid, and she'd eat them while he sat on the ground next to her and tell her about his day. Once he even got her to take a treat from his hand. It wasn't until early January that Izuku decided he was ready for the final test. He'd been practicing in every free moment he had for the last 4 months. He was going to jump from catwalk to catwalk in the brewery. There was a point where one of the catwalks turned at a 90-degree angle and ran parallel with another catwalk about 10 feet away and 6 feet lower. It was the perfect place to get a running start and leap from one to the other. He had practiced the jump on ground level and he could do it. Now he needed to prove he could do it under the pressure of being over 30 feet in the air. If he missed, he would either die or very much need to go to the hospital, and honestly he would prefer the former. Here goes nothing. Sprinting full speed to the edge of the catwalk, Izuku jumped up on the railing and pushed his foot off, launching himself toward the other path below, and thankfully he stuck the landing with a heavy rolling crash. He did it. He actually did it. He was high on adrenaline, and for a moment he just laid on the cold metal laughing. He can't believe he just did that. To prove it wasn't a fluke, he did it again and again and again until his aching muscles couldn't even bring him back up to the first catwalk, and the sunlight was rapidly receding from the windows. He did it. Now he could take it to the streets. Well, not now. Right now he was exhausted and he was going to go back to his warehouse and possibly just throw himself down the stairs and fall asleep. Wherever he landed. Izuku was very thankful that he had pulled last night's stunt on a Saturday because he didn't wake up until 11 o'clock on Sunday. Adrenaline is a hell of a drag. He didn't think planning his public debut on a weekend was the best idea, so he decided to use the day to walk around and plan a route. He'd passively been planning small moves and paths he could take, but now he was piecing them together in a full circuit around uptown. He wouldn't be able to make the full round on rooftops, but he's pretty sure no one could do that without support gear or just a flying quirk. Once he'd extensively planned a nearly 2-kilometer circuit around the southernmost part of uptown, he made his way home. He found some leather scraps at the beach last week, and he'd been meaning to make a sheath for his knife so that he wouldn't be running the risk of either cutting a hole in his hoodie pocket or just straight up stabbing himself while he threw himself around the city. He wasn't even going to consider not bringing it with him. He'd learned that lesson the hard way once, and he didn't need a reminder. Izuku ended up stabbing himself extensively with the needle. He knew how to sew, he'd been patching his own clothes up for years, but leather was a whole different beast. He really thought the needle would go through it easier, but after giving himself blisters he resigned himself to needing to use pliers to pull the needle through. Some basic hand tools were among the things Izuku had been scavenging for at the beach, and that was currently paying off big time. With all the decor he'd added, working on small projects and things in the stairwell was becoming one of his favorite activities. He almost got excited when he found new holes in his socks. His nest was really starting to live up to its name, and the soft yellow light of the lamp in combination with the radiant warmth of the space heater was so soothing. The radio he'd managed to fix up was the cherry on top. He used to stream all his music, so he hadn't been able to listen to it since his phone service got cut off. He didn't realize how much he missed it until he got that radio working. He used to listen to Put Your Hands Up radio all the time on his phone, but it almost felt more genuine tuning in on an actual radio. By the time the sun had gone down and his alarm went off telling him it was time to feed DJ, he had constructed a passable sheath for his blade. There was a strap on the side so he could loop it through his belt. He didn't want to risk it falling out of his pocket. It wasn't the most elegant sewing he'd ever done, but it was sturdy and functional, and that's all it needed to be. Tonight was the night Izuku was going to finally get the chance to run through all the paths he'd been eyeing throughout uptown, or he would die trying. Looking through it yesterday, he realized why Eraserhead opted to use his capture scarf to maneuver around as well as fight. There was no way for him to go from a shorter rooftop to a taller one, or even one of equal height, without scaling walls. He would have to be an Olympic long jumper to clear the distance between buildings without dropping too much height. He was 12 and quirkless, so that wasn't going to happen. Rooftops were further away from each other than the catwalks in the brewery, but he would have more room to gain momentum, and if he was jumping from a higher to a lower structure, he was confident he could clear the distance, hopefully. Most of the route was just scaling up and down walls using fire escapes, ledges, and windowsills, but toward the end of the run there were 3 buildings next to each other that decreased in height like a giant set of stairs, and Izuku was going to jump them. Izuku suited up in a black pair of jeans and a black hoodie with his warmest long-sleeve shirt underneath. His shoes were still kind of a bright red, but they were pretty dirty, so he figured they wouldn't catch the light too much. Donning his black face mask and pulling up his hood, he looked himself over in the partially cracked mirror he copped from the beach. He looked good. His upper body had bulked up a considerable amount with all the climbing he had been doing, but his legs were always fairly strong by necessity. You can't run away on noodle legs. After going through an extensive set of stretches, Izuku placed the package of cat treats on top of the dumpster. If he didn't come back, he was sure DJ wouldn't have trouble ripping it open and eating the rest. If he did come back, hopefully she wouldn't sniff them out and eat them all before he could put them back inside. With nothing left to do, he ran. The course started off simple in the warehouse district. He just ran down the sidewalk in a straight line, vaulting over disused bus stop benches and misplaced dumpsters that he would usually walk around. Crossing into uptown, he started to scale the walls. He would like to stay off of ground level in the more populated areas as much as possible. Thank you very much. He leapt across alleys, landing loudly on fire escapes and climbing back up to roof level. That was something he would need to work on. Getting away didn't help much if he broadcasted his location by causing a racket. When he got to the foreclosed cafe, he was almost mugged behind. He climbed down to the ground level just to climb back up and prove to himself that he couldn't be cornered there anymore. This route definitely wasn't the most efficient way to travel. He could run it on ground level several times faster, but no one ever looked up. He was invisible until he sent himself careening into another creaky fire escape in Kami. This was so much fun. Izuku didn't even note how much time was passing. too engrossed in finding the next foothold or making the next jump, and before he knew it he was on the rooftop of the tallest building in the set of 3 at the end of his route. There were butterflies in his stomach for a minute, but the adrenaline high overpowered any nerves that any sane person might have. Without even taking a minute to catch his breath, Izuku pushed his legs as hard as he could and ran full tilt to the far edge of the roof, hopping up onto the ledge and launching himself to the next roof over just like he'd done on the catwalks. The speed and wind blew his hood off and the cool night air flowed through his slightly tangled curls, and that feeling was addicting. He hit the next roof and tucked into a roll and back onto his feet without stopping and ran to the next ledge. Just like the last jump, he launched himself off and looked down to the city and roof below. He was so high up, this should be terrifying. It was exhilarating. He rolled to a stop on the last rooftop and let himself lay there for a moment, laughing like the child he was. Izuku had never been on a roller coaster, but if it was anything like this he could see the appeal. He didn't let himself lay there for too long. He needed to finish the last leg of his route as a cool down, and he needed to get out of Uptown before something disastrous happened to him for a third time. Once he'd finally made his way back to his warehouse, he checked in the back alley to grab the bag of treats, only to see DJ finishing up the last of them. BS30. Izuku was losing sleep. He'd been throwing himself around the city like an adrenaline junkie monkey every night for the past week. He was absolutely exhausted, but he'd never been happier in his life. However, it was mid-January. Izuku had been lucky that the brewery was still weatherproofed enough to not have ice forming all over the place, but the rest of the city was not spared from that. Ice and snow had become a slipping hazard, and several times in the past few weeks Izuku had almost slipped and fallen off the sides of buildings. But these runs were his lifeline. He was addicted. He couldn't give it up. Against his better judgment, Izuku found himself out on a Saturday night looking down over the city. He could see the nicer parts of Mizudafu where he used to live from up here, but he couldn't find it in his heart to miss it. He had never been happy there. He'd never really been happy anywhere. It was strange to feel so content. He didn't have much, but he earned everything. He did have all on his own. He didn't owe anyone anything, and he had somewhere to run away where no one could find him. He hadn't been in actual danger in his old apartment since Hisashi left, but he had never felt welcome there. He thought that place was his home, but now he doesn't think it ever was. Home was somewhere you felt welcome. It wasn't somewhere you had to fight tooth and nail to prove your worth as a human just to have a roof over your head. No, that place was never his home. The rooftops, this city, and that warehouse was his home. And right now he was looking down into the alleyway to someone getting mugged at gunpoint in his home. Damn it, that was Shimamoto-san from the minimart. Whether he knew it or not. That man was the only reason Izuku wasn't freezing to death at night. He was the one that let the homeless people charge their phones in the outlet outside his store, the same outlet where Izuku had been able to plug in the soldering iron he used to fix the generator. Shimamoto-san was a good man. He didn't deserve this. He couldn't let him get hurt. Before he even made the conscious decision to step in, his body was scaling down the alley walls like a cat. The man with the gun was yelling, demanding that Shimamoto-san give him the money he was hiding, and Shimamoto-san looked close to tears, insisting that he didn't have anything else on him. It looked like things were about to escalate, and Izuku couldn't just let that happen. Izuku leapt down from a second-story windowsill and disarmed the man with a flying kick. The weapon clattered to the ground, and Izuku landed with a roll as the man clutched his possibly broken hand to his chest. Oops. Izuku didn't let himself feel bad about it and jumped at the man, hitting him in the pressure point the same way he had done all those months ago. It worked like a charm, and the man went careening into the ground unconscious. He bent down and took the wad of cash from the man's hand, presuming it was what he'd just stolen from Shimamoto-san. He turned around and handed it to him. Here you go, sir. This is yours, right? The store owner just gaped at him with an odd expression. You should probably call the cops, sir. Izuku said, trying to snap Shimamoto-san out of his daze. That seemed to do the trick because the store owner shook his head and blinked before speaking. He has my phone. Izuku felt a little dumb. He'd just gotten mugged, of course that guy had his phone. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'll grab it for you. Did you see where he put it? Front left pocket. Shimamoto-san responded, still looking a little bit in shock. Izuku fished it out and handed it back. Here you go. Wordlessly, he took it and started to dial. Once he started to talk to the operator, Izuku figured he should probably check and make sure the man didn't have any more weapons on him. Turns out that was a good call. He found a switchblade in his right pocket which Izuku promptly transferred to his own pocket. It was just to keep it from this mugger guy. He'd give it to the police when they showed up. Next, Izuku found the man's wallet. He opened it to look at the ID, but upon inspecting the contents, Izuku almost wanted to kick the man again. He had like 20,000 yen in there. What the hell was he going around mugging people for? Oh, wait, he couldn't be here when the cops showed up. He was 12 and he was in the red lights district at 1:30 in the morning. At the very least he would get in trouble for breaking curfew, but there was no way he was getting out of that situation without them trying to call his mother and take him home. Casting a glance over to Shimamoto-san to make sure he was still on the phone and distracted, Izuku put the man's wallet back, pocketed the money. Sue him, he was starving and nearly out of funds, and this guy was an a-hole anyway, and ran, scaling the alley wall in record time. He could hear Shimamoto-san shouting for him to wait, but there was no way in hell that was happening. Okay, Izuku had definitely reverse mugged someone this time. Adrenaline high Izuku was insane. What the F was he thinking? He just dropped down on a mugging, KO'd the guy, looted the mugger's unconscious body, and ran from the cops. Oh shit, oh no, Cammy, what was he thinking? And he stole another weapon from a criminal. He stole another weapon from a criminal. He took down another criminal. For the third time. 2's a coincidence, but 3? 3's a trend. Izuku sat confused in the corner of his stairwell. That burning hope that he could be something more was screaming at him. Izuku wasn't that lucky. It wasn't pure chance that he'd come out of those scrapes on top. That was him and all his hard work that got him out alive. This was what he'd always wanted. It felt so right, like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. All he ever wanted to do was help people. Sure, he got a hell of a runner's high from his new hobby, but nothing compared to knowing with certainty that you made a difference, a positive change. Izuku had spent his whole life being told he was worthless. No one's life had ever been better off for having known him. Whoever he was when he saved those people was different. The things they did mattered. Their being there mattered. They mattered. And that person was him. He'd never mattered before. Izuku had spent his whole life not mattering, and now at least some part of him did. It felt so close to being loved, and he couldn't let it go now that he had it. This hope was going to kill him. It had swollen to a bursting point, and now it was a forest fire in his chest, and it wasn't going to go out until there was nothing left for it to burn. The next morning found Izuku a little more level-headed. Legally? Yeah, he kinda effed up, but morally? He stands by that. That guy was holding up a person who was known community-wide for his kindness just to get some more money to line his pockets. Not cool. It's not like Izuku took his watch and credit cards, and anyway, you don't walk around uptown with that much money if you can't afford to lose it. Everyone knows that. He probably just came into town looking for cheap HQs and got a little too cocky. You learn your lessons. Plus, he was probably going to jail anyway. What's he gonna use that money for there? Yeah, Izuku didn't feel too bad about taking the money. DJ ate all her treats and he was gonna need to buy her more if he ever wanted to win her affection. The money was going to a good cause. He was still a bit nervous. He had very much broken the law last night. He had a mask on, so he's pretty sure Shimamoto-san wouldn't recognize him. All he had to go on was his voice and height, and he didn't seem the type to rat him out anyway. But Izuku was still a criminal now, which was an uncomfortable thing to think about. What would they even charge him for? Theft was all they could pin on him, right? He didn't use a weapon or initiate the fight. Well, he kinda initiated the fight, but he was in an alley with an aggressive man who had a gun. That's a good enough reason to claim self-defense. Izuku would have to do some research on the law to see what he could possibly get charged for in the event that Shimamoto-san both recognized him and ratted him out to the cops, which seemed unlikely, but it was good to be prepared. Wait, shit, could they charge him for vigilantism? That had to be premeditated, right? He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He didn't go out looking for trouble. But he had no way to prove that, damn it. He was jumping around rooftops with his face fully covered and a knife strapped to his belt. That didn't exactly paint a picture of innocence. Oh dear, he had his research cut out for him. Izuku was too paranoid to show his face in public for the entirety of Sunday, but at the same time, It felt like his skin was crawling staying here. He needed to feel that feeling again. He needed to do something important. He needed to be something important. He needed to matter so badly it was tearing him apart. He felt sick with it. But it was stupid and reckless and illegal. He'd finally gotten this freedom that he never even knew he wanted, and he wasn't going to risk it all for something so trivial as feeling important. So he stayed put. When Monday morning rolled around, he knew he needed to head to the library. He had to see just how much trouble he could be in. Teachers tried to pin the blame on him all the time. Who's to say the cops won't do the same? Everyone loves to blame the quirkless kid, and he was not about to get life in prison or something because he didn't know his rights. Maybe it was a bit too paranoid, but knowing too much never hurt anybody. Knowing too much was going to hurt somebody. It was going to hurt several somebodies, Izuku included. It turns out he couldn't get charged for much of anything until he was 14, something about being a child and not fully responsible for his own actions, whatever, that's not what mattered. What really mattered was Izuku couldn't get charged with vigilantism. He almost burst out laughing when he read the official government definition of vigilantism. It was committing unlicensed acts of heroism. Acts of heroism being defined as the acts of a hero in the line of duty. But that's not the kicker. The kicker was that a hero was defined as someone who is licensed to use their quirk in law enforcement. Under all those dry definitions, it seemed like Izuku couldn't even be licensed as a hero without a quirk, but that was all semantics and poor wording. UA made the news a few years back when they publicly stated that quirkless individuals could be admitted to the hero course. They wouldn't have made that announcement and gone uncorrected by the government for so long if quirkless people couldn't legally be licensed heroes. But that poor wording made a loophole. Heroes, acts of heroism, and by extension acts of vigilantism were defined by the use of a quirk. He didn't have a quirk, ergo he could not be charged with vigilantism. So, as long as Izuku let the other person swing first, legally, he could go out and do that every night. Of course, that doesn't mean that he wouldn't face consequences if he got caught. He was a homeless 12-year-old. He would be put in the system, but nothing could be pinned on his record. Izuku had never been so glad that the government was run by bigoted quirkist assholes. Oh yeah, he was about to make this everyone's problem. Hitoshi didn't think he'd ever seen Midoriya smile until today. He tried to parse out his mumbles, but they were too incoherent to glean any information from. So, he took a peek at his screen. From what he was able to catch while Midoriya read through page after page at the speed of light, it seemed as though he was just looking through criminal law and more stuff about heroics. Why this of all things was the first thing to get him to smile was beyond Hitoshi, but seeing Midoriya happy made him happy. They weren't exactly friends, but they had successfully bumbled their way through a few more conversations. He felt confident in saying they had upgraded from painfully awkward to just normal awkward. It was mostly just Hitoshi asking him about what he was researching, which more often than not was about heroes. One time he was looking through radio blueprints, and when Hitoshi asked, he said he was trying to fix one, and then he started talking about circuitry and soldering and a bunch of other stuff that went right over Hitoshi's head. So, yeah, Hitoshi was right about his initial assessment of Midoriya. He was weird, but he was also apparently a genius. He supposed that you can't have the latter without the former. They were kind of a package deal. Feeling more tired than he usually was, he let a little bit of his snark out. Midoriya, what about criminal law has you so happy at 6:42 in the morning? He asked flatly. Greeny's head shot up and his eyes went wide, looking at Hitoshi like a kid who was caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Interesting reaction. Oh, it's nothing. I was just, I was alright about something. I got into a debate with a friend and I couldn't prove I was right, but I was, he lied. Are all your friends geniuses too? Hitoshi shot back, wondering how and why a kid his age was having debates with his peers that required scholarly backing to win. Midoriya just looked at him confused. What? He responded, looking completely genuine. Well, if you're having debates that you need to have a full bibliography to win, I assume they're geniuses too. Hitoshi elaborated. Greeny was now confused and blushing. Genius? I'm not Midoriya sputtered out in reply. It was too early in the morning for this. His mom had found out he was sneaking coffee from the library's break room and changed the code on him. Hitoshi was exhausted, so he just stared at Midoriya, blinking slowly for a moment before deciding this was not a can of worms he wanted to open right now. "Whatever you say, Greenie," he replied, turning back to his computer. Izuku needed to be more careful about what he was searching with Shinso around. He was pretty sure that kid had some sort of mind-reading quirk because he always knew what Izuku was researching. It would make sense given his mother's quirk. He wanted to ask, but Izuku had long since learned that asking anyone about their quirk usually got the question turned back around on him, and he wasn't going to risk that. He wouldn't say Shinso was his friend, but he was the closest thing Izuku had to one since Kaken, and he didn't want to lose whatever this was. Izuku knew better than to get attached, but somehow despite everything it seemed that he couldn't help himself. He couldn't stop the hope bubbling in his chest, and he couldn't take his heart off his sleeve no matter how many times both of those things were crushed. He hated it. Nothing good ever lasted, and no one who knew the whole of Izuku ever loved him. Those were facts that weren't going to change. He should bump up getting Wi-Fi in the warehouse on his list of priorities before the Shinsos found out about him. It was better to be left wondering than waiting around to get his heart broken again. There was no way they were going to keep being so nice to him once they found out what he was. He wanted a good memory to hold on to. He didn't have many of those. He had found a home and a goal that needed to be enough. Izuku still didn't believe he could ever be a hero. UA was the only school in the country that accepted quirkless applicants to their hero course, and there was just no way he could get in. They had like a 2% acceptance rate last time he checked, and Izuku was not in the top 2% of anything. He still wanted to try, but that was still a couple of years down the line. Izuku wasn't even sure he could make it that long, and he definitely wouldn't make it past opening a rejection letter from UA. No, Izuku had an expiration date and he knew it. But if he could save people with whatever time he had left, then he would hold onto his delusions as long as he could. Kahaku had barely felt a single emotion coming off of that Midoriya kid since she had told him about her quirk. He was always guarded even before she'd told him. That's how she knew something was off before he had stepped into the library. He was emanating a violent nothingness. It was so odd and nothing like Kahaku had ever felt before. Midoriya was strange and difficult to read at the best of times. That's why she was so surprised to feel a messy spike of emotion from the computer room. It was happiness but also anger and pride. What an odd combination. It was only there for a moment before he returned to his standard radio silence. She'd have to ask Toshi about it later. She was still quite worried about the kid. If Izuku was going to do this, then he needed to have a plan. Ideally, he would have a suit to wear when he went out like heroes did. They wore them for a lot of reasons after all. A signature suit made them recognizable, so when civilians saw they would know who to turn to and who was safe, and when villains saw them they would either turn tail and run or focus their attention on taking the hero down rather than whatever nefarious deed they were doing. A suit could also hide the hero's identity so that they could still carry out normal lives when not on duty. Izuku needed something like that if he was going to do this right. He could sew, but he'd never made a garment from scratch. He'd tailored a few things, made some alterations here and there, and mended holes, but he did not have the skill set required to make a whole outfit. Maybe he could use that money he borrowed to buy something to use as a base to build off of. Should he go out looking for something specific, or should he get something and build the design off of that? Maybe somewhere in the middle, go out with a vague idea, get whatever he can afford, and then design alterations from there. Yeah, that was starting to sound like a plan. Now he just needed to find where to go to get all the things he would need. Izuku hadn't been to the mall in... Had Izuku ever been to the mall? He can't remember having been to a mall. Izuku had never been to the mall. He would remember this. Why the hell were there so many people at the mall on a Tuesday afternoon? Why was this place so big? Why wasn't it organized in any way that made sense? Completely unrelated stores were just strewn about. Was he just supposed to know where everything is? Izuku's pretty sure this was one of the rings of hell. How was he supposed to find anything here? Picking a random direction, he decided to just go for it. He was looking for clothing stores, preferably men's clothing stores, sportswear specifically. He was hoping to find thermal wear as it would just generally be helpful and he could wear it under whatever costume he pulled together. It was frigid outside and he couldn't stay out long because his limbs got too cold and unresponsive. So, thermal wear was a must, shoe spikes as well. He had come too close to falling off the side of a building too many times because of the ice, and shoe spikes should help with that little issue. Next, he wanted some cargo pants that weren't too baggy, something he could move in but would also hold a lot of gear. Lastly, he needed a jacket, preferably one with a hood so he could hide his hair. He had a mask he could make do with for now, but he had plans to upgrade that in the future. Maybe if he could find a visor or glasses that were tinted but didn't affect his night vision, he would get those, but he wasn't holding out too much hope for that. Checklist in mind, Izuku went from store to store window shopping for a while until he found a place that sold sportswear. Holy shit, new clothes were expensive. He'd only ever shopped at thrift stores and he was starting to see why. Who in their right mind spends 10,000 yen on a pair of joggers? He couldn't even find a clearance rack. Maybe this was a fancy store and he'd have more luck somewhere else. He was really hoping that was the case. After wandering around the mall for a while, he actually got his hands on a map, and from the looks of it he'd already ruled out one of 3 athletic wear stores in this place, and the other 2 were on complete opposite sides of the mall. Great. Izuku had words for whoever decided malls didn't need to be organized by store type. This was ridiculous. He was ever so slightly closer to one of the 2 options, so he headed there. This store seemed to have a wider range of prices. There were some more 10,000 yen joggers, but there was also a clearance rack, so Izuku made a beeline for that. There was a perfect pair of black cargo pants on sale, but they were a size too big. Maybe he could take them in a bit, or maybe he could just grow into them. Besides that, there was little of note on sale. It was mostly warmer weather clothing, which made sense. Few people needed shorts desperately enough in January to pay full price for them. Begrudgingly, Izuku made his way through the rest of the store. There was a good set of thermal wear, an all-black long-sleeve top and leggings that he could afford. Given the price of everything else he looked at, it looked like a solid average. But what if the clearance section in the other store had a better deal? It was on the other side of the building. What if it was even more expensive there and he just had to come back? Who designed this place? And people come here for fun? On purpose? It was so crowded and loud. And hot. Why was it so hot? He looked around for some shoe spikes, but he couldn't find any, so he just hoped that the other store would have some. Doing his best to keep his annoyance off of his face, he went up to buy the cargo pants before he left for the other store. After a solid 5 minutes of weaving his way through crowds, he located the store he was looking for. This one was much bigger than the other 2, so hopefully he would be able to find what he needed. He was walking around looking for the clearance section when he saw it. It was an asymmetric dark green jacket with a zipper going up the right side of the chest. It was lightweight but not so thin that it looked like it would become threadbare if the wind hit it wrong. The stitching hid several pockets on the sleeves as well as the body, and it had a hood. It was perfect, and it was 9,000 yen. If he got this, he wouldn't be able to afford the thermal wear and shoe spikes unless he found a hell of a deal here. He grabbed the jacket in his size and headed to the clearance section with his fingers crossed. It seemed like that deal at the other store was the best he was going to get. The pants were 2,500 yen and the jacket is 9,000 yen, so he only had around 7,000 yen left, and he still needed to get shoe spikes and treats for DJ. Regardless of the treats, he couldn't afford the whole thermal set if he got the jacket, but he could buy either the leggings or the shirt and have enough left over for the spikes and DJ. That sounded like the best deal he was going to get, so he headed up to the register with the jacket, shoe spikes, and leggings because he figured he could layer under the jacket pretty easily, but putting pants on over pants felt wrong for some reason. After making his purchases, he headed out the door and vowed to never return unless he was held at gunpoint, and maybe not even then. He hid the bags in his backpack and headed back to the red light district. He could stop at the mini-mart for DJ's food and check in on Shimamoto-san before going home. Back in his stairwell, Izuku put his new suit together and took a look in the mirror. Knife in hand, he looked downright imposing. The dim light and his hood cast a shadow over his eyes, and the mask covered any other distinguishing features. The pants were only pinned to fit him, so he still had some work to do, but this was a good start. Uptown better get ready. When Izuku decided he was going to do something, there was little anyone could say or do to stop him. As much as he got bullied, he never stopped analyzing heroes and refining his notebooks. No matter how many times he fell off the side of a building, he kept getting back up and trying the maneuver again, and no matter how many times people told him he couldn't be a hero, the harder he tried. No matter how many times the world told him he was unlovable, the more he tried to gain its affection. It was exactly that stubbornness that had Izuku dressed in his fully fitted suit ready to go out looking for trouble. It's also what had him stopping in the back alley before he left to feed DJ her treats. He rounded the corner to hear the customary bang that announced DJ's arrival atop the dumpster. "Hey DJ, I finally got you some new treats," he said, holding out a couple in an open hand. She'd been letting him get close more often since that day on the roof. Maybe he proved to her that he wouldn't cross a boundary she set, or maybe it was a coincidence and she was just finally warming up to him. Izuku had spent the last few weeks just coming out here and talking to her, and she never left even when he didn't have food to offer. Maybe she was just making sure he wasn't messing with her hunting grounds, or maybe she was lonely too. Cats weren't necessarily pack animals, but everyone could use a friend, right? She stood up and walked over to sniff his hand and inspect the new treats. Apparently, they were to her liking because she gently took them straight from Izuku's hand before stalking back to the other side of the dumpster. Success. He'd only gotten her to eat out of his hand once before, and he was worried that the long stretch between treats was going to put her off. Izuku was very happy it didn't. Her little face was so soft and her whiskers were so long and tickly. What a perfect creature. It was nice to start the night off with DJ's seal of approval. Izuku had made himself a code of conduct. He wasn't going to try and apprehend everyone committing a crime. Not all crimes were bad anyway. Izuku also wasn't stupid enough to try to split up gang fights or drag deals. No, he knew his limits and wasn't trying to be on the wrong side of a gun again. He was just going to keep an eye out and help people if they were in immediate danger, like Shimamoto-san or that lady from his first, incident. He wasn't going to drop down into groups, only isolated incidents. Turns out Izuku had been lucky to run into all of his prior encounters. He had been out for hours, and not much had happened. He saw someone littering, but he didn't think that was something worth confronting them about, so he just threw the trash out himself. It's not like he had anything better to do. The first bars were set to close at 2 a.m., which was in about 45 minutes, and Izuku figured that forcibly ejecting drunk people from a bar and away from alcohol was probably a good recipe for people to make poor decisions. With that theory in mind, he made his way over to the closest one and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Before the bar even closed, two men were literally kicked out and were already screaming at each other. Izuku didn't even know what they were arguing about because at this point the conversation had devolved into insults and death threats exclusively. He can see why they were kicked out. The argument quickly turned into a fist fight, but both men seemed to be too inebriated to land a solid hit. Maybe they'll just tire themselves out. Drunk adults and toddlers function similarly, right? Izuku was just gonna let them be. They were slowing down. He felt like a tired parent who had gotten to the point where they just let their kids F around and find out. Unfortunately, one of the men pulled out a knife, and that was his cue. He didn't even bother being stealthy as he scaled his way down the wall. The unarmed man spotted him but quickly directed his focus back on the other man, somehow just now realizing he had a knife despite the man yelling several times that he had a knife and was going to stab him. Izuku doubted either man had heard a single word that the other had said since they were kicked out here. The unarmed man had started backing away in panic, so Izuku simply walked up to the other guy and kicked the hand that held the knife, letting it clatter to the ground. The two of them finally stopped shouting and just watched as Izuku picked up the knife and looked back at them. That was an interesting way to defuse tension, replace anger with confusion. Izuku was really expecting one or both of them to turn on him, but they just kept looking at him, confused and slightly scared. Izuku was just confused. He shook his head and broke up the impromptu staring contest. If they weren't fighting, then this was no longer his problem. "Both of you just go home," Izuku said, finally breaking the silence. To Izuku's continued confusion, they listened. They both backed away from each other and started heading in opposite directions. That was anticlimactic. And he'd stolen another knife, but it's not like he could just give it back. That guy clearly wasn't responsible enough to have it. Whatever, into the collection it goes. Izuku continued his route around the city and mulled over that experience. Why did they just listen to him? Were they really that intimidated? They were both over a head taller than him, and all he did is kick that guy's hand and then pick up a knife and look at them. Isn't being drunk supposed to make you less scared or something? Wait, did they think he was a hero? The thought occurred to him mid-jump, and he almost fumbled the landing from laughing. They thought he was a hero. Oh, that's too funny. Dagoba Beach isn't the only part of this place that the city has let fall to the wayside. Izuku has never seen a hero in these streets, and the cops only came around if they were called. No, this place was lawless. That's the whole reason he was here. He couldn't get away with this in his old neighborhood. Some hero would have scooped him up on his first night out. Whatever, Izuku couldn't count on that ever happening again, so he couldn't let his guard down. He pressed on, more determined and less distracted by the odd encounter. It wasn't until just past 3 a.m. that he heard or saw anything of note. He was making his way back up onto a rooftop when he heard the unmistakable sound of a gunshot. Oh no, that couldn't be good. Why did everyone have guns? Guns were illegal. Against his better judgment, Izuku followed the noise. The commotion was happening 2 streets over. There was a figure on the ground and another figure leaning over them, going through their pockets. Izuku ran full tilt toward the pair and was within kicking range before the offender could get their wits about them. They were fumbling with the gun, trying to point it at Izuku, but he planted a foot in the center of their chest and knocked them back with the force. They were sprawled on their back and disoriented, but they still had the gun in hand. Double sheet. Izuku stepped forward and planted his foot on their wrist, pinning the gun arm to the ground. He was going to wrench the weapon out of their hand, but he couldn't leave his fingerprints all over it. That moment of hesitation was enough for his opponent to punch the back of his knee, sending him off balance and almost allowing them to free their hand. Triple sheet. He really didn't want to break another person's hand, but he also really didn't want to get shot again. Making the necessary decision, Izuku quickly regained his balance, stepping off their wrist, pivoting, and stomping on their hand with the other foot. The woman, judging by the horrible scream they let out, released the gun, and he kicked it away. While the woman pulled her injured hand to her chest, Izuku foolishly shifted his attention to the man on the ground. He wasn't moving. His attention was forced back to the woman when an unbearable burning sensation erupted from his ankle. Looking down, he saw the woman's hand glowing red and clutching his leg. Her hand had burned through parts of his pants and onto his bare skin in a second. Luckily, her grip was no match for Izuku, pulling back with his entire body weight, and he pried himself free before she could burn him any worse. Izuku strategically backed out of reach, placing himself between her and the gun. He needed to take her out, and it was much easier to use his signature KO while she was standing, so he had to let her come to him. That he wasn't going to risk getting burned again. The second she was upright, he charged. Grabbing his flashlight from his pocket, he brought it down at the junction of her neck and shoulder with all his might, and she dropped like a brick. Before she even settled into the concrete, Izuku dashed over to the man who lay unmoving in the alley. There was a sluggishly growing pool of blood surrounding his head. Kami. His face was Kami. Izuku was going to be sick. He had to look away. That man was dead. There was nothing he could do for him. He was too late. His hands were shaking. He was too late. He was too late, and now a man was dead. Brutally dead. He must have been shot in the back of the head. His face, Kami, his face. How could she do that to someone? How could anyone do that to anyone? She couldn't. How could she? He was, He needed to think clearly. Cops, he had to call the cops. He could make emergency calls on his phone still, which was the only reason he didn't replace his phone with a watch, because telling the time was all it was good for after being cut off from service. He was going to do that, but he couldn't let the call be traced back to him. He could use her phone, but he couldn't get his fingerprints on it. He really needed to get gloves. Whatever, he needed to call the cops. He could wipe the phone down as best he could when he was done with it. He turned back to the woman lying on the ground, and his gut roiled. He didn't want to get any closer to her, but he couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. Steeling himself, he fished around her pockets and pulled out her phone and bypassed the security code by making an emergency call. As it rang, he cleared his throat and did his best to will his voice not to shake. When the operator answered, he lowered his voice as much as he could. He reported the bare bones of what happened, leaving out his involvement entirely, gave them the location, and hung up. He secured the woman's hands behind her back with her own belt in case she woke up before the cops got there, and climbed his way up to the rooftop. He stayed there until he heard sirens in the distance, then headed straight home. That was enough for the night. When Izuku got back, he just sat and stared into the darkness of the stairwell for a while. His ankle burned, but he was used to burns. He could tune out the pain. He could tune out everything except the sight of that man's disfigured face. The stairwell was pitch black but he could see it clear as day. Izuku's not sure how long he sat there but eventually, he was able to flick on the lamp and inspect the burn on his ankle. It wasn't too bad. It would probably scar but he was more upset about the pants. Luckily they weren't synthetic fibers so his skin wasn't melded to melted plastic, but there was ash in the wound so he'd have to clean it out. He blotted it with alcohol and let the pain ground him. He held the rag there longer than was strictly necessary which probably wasn't a healthy response but he couldn't be bothered to care. He let his hands carry through the familiar steps of dressing a burn while his mind drifted again. When there was nothing left to do he flicked off the light and laid down but didn't close his eyes. He knew he should sleep, he had school tomorrow, but he didn't want to see what awaited him in his dreams. Izuku didn't sleep at all. He lay there as the minutes trickled into hours staring unseeing into the darkness until his alarm went off. It was Thursday, he was supposed to go to the library but he barely had the willpower to silence his alarm much less get up. He had to get up eventually. He knew that he couldn't just ditch school because his teachers might call home on the off chance they cared enough to do their job properly when it came to him. No, he had to get up. Just not right now. He turned over so he could see the dim numbers glowing off the radio and watched the minutes tick away until he would be running the risk of being late for school if he didn't get up immediately. So, he robotically went through the motions of changing into his school uniform, grabbing his things, and trudging up the stairs without even turning on the lamp. Walking into the cool morning air the light was blinding it forced him to squint his eyes and keep his head down. It wasn't until he was halfway to school that he realized that the white sole of his left shoe was the same dirty red color as the top. He'd stepped in that man's blood and it was still there, crusted and more brown than red. The bottom was clean from walking but the residue on the rubber banding around the sides still clung tight. Izuku just walked over to a patch of grass not blanketed in snow and swiped his foot along the frost that was starting to thaw in the light of the sun. He either wiped it off or covered it with dirt. He didn't really care, he would change into his uwabaki at school anyway. When Izuku got to school he honestly couldn't tell you if the people milling the halls shouted their customary greetings at him. No one hit him or tripped him. At least not enough to impede his progress toward his classroom because that's where he found himself in one piece. The teacher was already talking. How long had he been talking? How long had Izuku been sitting here? The time read 8:32 but Izuku had no idea when he got here. Concepts like time felt distant. He had heard a man die mere hours ago. He had seen his lifeless disfigured body laying in a dirty alleyway and for what? His pocket change? Izuku never heard a struggle or shouting, nothing. That woman just walked up behind him and shot him in the head point blank and Izuku was so close but he couldn't do anything. It was over too quickly, the man was dead before he hit the ground, he probably had no idea what was even coming. His life was snuffed out in the blink of an eye and Izuku was right there. He was right there. He was there but it didn't matter and wasn't that a familiar feeling? The person Izuku was when he was out at night was supposed to matter. They were supposed to make a difference but that person was still Deku, he was still Deku, he was stupid to think that could change. The day passed in a blur. He got his lunch tray like he usually did but he just packed it all into his bento, hopefully he would have the stomach to eat it before it went bad. Maybe he could give it to DJ. He'd have to check what human foods were safe for cats at some point. Deku had gone off the deep end. The nerd was catatonic. Katsuki thought the look in his eyes was creepy before but he just watched one of the extras accidentally elbow him in the back of the head hard and he didn't even seem to notice. His head whipped forward but he just sat back up and kept staring at nothing. What the f was wrong with him? When the final bell rang Katsuki followed him out of the school gates and watched as he turned in the opposite direction of his apartment. The idiot was going to get himself lost and mugged walking around like that in the direction he was heading. Why the hell did the nerd have to make this his problem? He thought as he stalked towards him. "Du." Izuku kept walking. "Du." No reaction. Katsuki planted himself in his path and shouted one more time, "Deku." Izuku just turned to walk around him but Katsuki grabbed his arm before he could get very far. That was the first thing that garnered any type of reaction. At first, he kept walking as if he didn't feel the hand on his shoulder but when his feet stopped moving forward he scrunched his eyebrows like he didn't understand why he wasn't moving anymore. Slowly he followed the pressure on his arm to Katsuki's hand, up his arm, and finally, he looked him in the eyes. It looked like the nerd hadn't slept in weeks, and there was nothing behind his eyes, no emotion, hardly even recognition. Something was wrong, really wrong. "What the F is wrong with you, Deku?" Katsuki barked out. Elegantly. Izuku opened his mouth like he was going to respond, but then shut it again and dropped his gaze to the ground before closing his eyes entirely and shaking his head. He went to walk away again, but Katsuki held firm. "What the hell happened to you, and where the hell do you think you're going?" he said as he pulled Izuku to face him. When he met Deku's eyes again, they were glassy and his lip was trembling. No, he was trembling. His whole body was shaking and he looked like he was liable to fall over at any second. Oh hell no, this is not what Katsuki signed up for. He quickly released his shoulder with a light shove and Deku went sprawling onto the snow-covered grass along the sidewalk. "Whatever, just go home, Deku. If you keep walking that way, you're gonna get yourself mugged," he said over his shoulder as he turned on his heel and left. Something was wrong with Deku, but that wasn't his problem. It's not like he gave a shit. Izuku needed to get home. He was at a breaking point and he couldn't let himself fall apart here in the middle of the sidewalk. He had to get up. He just had to get up and keep walking. His body was too far and it wasn't listening to him anymore. Great, what the hell did Kaken even want anyway? He didn't even beat him up. Why the hell did he have to stop his momentum? He could have gotten home fine, but now he was stuck in the grass because his limbs had turned traitor. Kami, he was so useless. What the F was he thinking, going around like he could make a difference? He felt tears threatening to spill down his cheeks and he shoved down any and all emotions with as much force as he could scrape up. He let himself fall into the liminal space he'd been in all day. His legs knew the way home. He'd get there eventually. Izuku came back to himself to a loud metallic bang, and the sound was so familiar he felt sick. He looked up to where the noise came from and two golden eyes stared back at him. Oh, he was sitting by DJ's dumpster. He'd never had the pleasure of being dumpster jump scared in the light of day. Had he woken her somehow? Oh, he was crying. Sorry DJ, I didn't mean to wake you," he said between heaving breaths and violent sobs before he buried his head back into his knees. DJ just looked at him for a while before jumping off the dumpster and standing in front of him. Izuku was too stuck in his own grief that he didn't even notice she moved until he felt her wet nose and soft fur bump into one of the hands curled around his shins. Izuku was so shocked that he let in a gasp and stopped breathing entirely. With tears still streaming down his face, he just looked at DJ as she pressed her head into the back of his hand for a second time. Slowly, he uncurled his hand and held it out to her, and she pressed herself into his palm. He was petting her. She was letting him pet her. Izuku didn't know what to feel. He was devastated and gutted, but this cat was finally letting him pet her. He was elated, he was proud, but he was still drifting and distant. He was everything all at once. He was so overwhelmed. The sobs returned from their brief shocked sabbatical, but Izuku kept gently sliding his shaking fingers along DJ's soft and warm cheek, and that was real. That soft fur was real and he was touching it. She was warm and the wall was digging into his back and the wind was cutting through his gakuren and Izuku was so cold. Kami, how long had he been sitting here? Izuku stayed outside until his sobs subsided and DJ decided her work here was done and went back to the roof to nap. What the hell just happened? Frankly, Izuku didn't know and didn't have the energy to care. If he knew having one of his breakdowns within DJ's earshot would be enough to let him pet her, he would have done it ages ago. Eventually, his limbs came back online and he shakily made his way back to his stairwell and flicked on his space heater so he could huddle in front of it, finally giving in to the call of sleep. Izuku woke up not feeling very rested at all, but he didn't feel like he was in a dissociative state of shock anymore. It felt like he just spent the last 12 hours rewatching that horrible memory on repeat in his dreams. His early alarm was going off telling him that the sun was up and it was time to go practice his free running in the brewery. Kami, he felt like a different person. That little hobby of his felt childish now, running around playing hero. He silenced the alarm and turned on his lamp. He needed to do his homework. Hopefully, he could do a passable job despite not remembering a single word spoken during lectures yesterday and no means to look up any questions he might have. Whatever, it didn't matter. If he turned in something he couldn't get in trouble, and it's not like his grades were stellar anyway. Anytime he turned in a perfect paper, he got it back with a 0 on it for cheating even though he never did. They didn't believe him. No one believed he could be competent enough to do anything remarkable, and maybe it was time to come to terms with that. Izuku felt that familiar and overwhelming sense of pointlessness settle into his gut because, well, what was the point of stopping it? That feeling had long since made its home there, and Izuku didn't have the authority to evict it. He felt foolish to have ever thought he did. The week went by in a blur, and suddenly it was Monday again. He hadn't had the energy to force himself to go to the library since last Wednesday when everything went down. But today he stood at the front door. He didn't know why he was here. He had no real reason to be here, and his dour mood was only going to bring Shinso-san down with him. It was selfish, but he was so empty, and he'd spent the whole weekend willing himself away from the bottom step where the gun he accidentally stole laid untouched. He knew the death of that hope would kill him, and maybe he should let it. Maybe there were still a few smoldering embers left. He didn't know what else could have brought him here or what else could have kept him from going down the second half of the stairs all weekend. There's got to be something, there has to be something. He couldn't keep holding on to nothing much longer. When Shinso-san came to open the door, he gave her a polite nod and walked past. He settled himself down at his usual computer, but he didn't turn it on. There wasn't any reason to. He just looked at the dark screen. Why was he here? Are you okay, Midoriya? The voice startled him, and he turned his head to see Shinso with a face of unmasked concern. He actually cared. Shinso was so nice. Well, he was nice to the version of himself Izuku allowed him to see. Some days that would be enough to warm Izuku's heart. Today was not one of those days. Today all he could think is that he was fooling this poor kid into caring about him, and now he was worried. I'm fine. He cut himself off. His voice was hoarse and cracking from disuse even more than it normally did, and he could feel tears filling his eyes. He wasn't going to fool Shinso, and there was no point trying. He let out a bitter laugh and continued, No, am I hurting your Should I leave? Shinso got up the moment the tears started to fall and rushed over to him, grabbing a box of tissues on the way. He was too nice. Izuku didn't deserve this. No. I mean, actually, I don't know. She says she hardly ever feels anything from you. It's strange. I don't know if she can feel this, but it doesn't matter. She wouldn't want you to leave like this anyway. Shinso replied, handing him the box of tissues. Izuku took the box. He still didn't know Shinso's quirk. He noticed something was off pretty quickly after he sat down. He could be hurting him too. Izuku wanted to ask, but asking always ran the risk of them asking back. He almost wanted Shinso to ask. He wanted to tell him. Maybe he just wanted the Shinsos to turn on him. Maybe he wanted to punish himself for not being able to save that man. Maybe he was looking for a reason to give up, for someone to give him that final little push because he couldn't force himself to take that step no matter how much he wanted to. Maybe he was self-destructing. Whatever, Izuku didn't have much farther to fall at rock bottom. What about your quirk? Am I hurting you too? He asked, forcing himself to make eye contact. Hitoshi wasn't expecting that question. Well, he was, but not right now. Kids always asked about each other's quirks. It was only a matter of time before Midoriya asked him, and their fragile friendship fell apart on the runway before it got the chance to take off. He had been expecting it for a while, especially given how much Midoriya seemed to like talking about quirks, but he never did, and Hitoshi wasn't going to complain. But now he was sitting here in his usual spot after missing the past 2 visits and crying, and Hitoshi had let his guard down. Why now of all times? Should he just rip the band-aid off and tell him? No, he was already so upset he didn't want to make it any worse. Or maybe Hitoshi was just a coward. He gave the bare minimum reply. No, my quirk's not like my mom's. I can't feel your emotions at all. Luckily Midoriya seemed to accept that answer even though he looked like he was expecting more, but Hitoshi wasn't going to give in unless he was pushed. It felt sneaky and wrong, but he was so lonely and he couldn't lose whatever this was. Midoriya seemed kind. Here he was, clearly distressed, and he was more worried about whether or not he was hurting Hitoshi or his mom. He didn't react badly to his mother's quirk, but Hitoshi was scared. He didn't want to be alone again. When Greenie finally looked away, accepting he wasn't going to receive any elaboration, Hitoshi asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Midoriya glanced back at him. The tears had stopped, but he looked sadder than ever before his face fell into a neutral expression. "No, Shinso. Thank you though," he said, turning on his computer and looking up what foods were safe for cats to eat, effectively ending the conversation. Izuku was miserable. He hadn't gone out on his rooftop runs or practiced in the brewery since his first disastrous patrol. He sat in his stairwell with the space heater and the lamp and the radio on, darning the holes left in his new pants from that hot hand lady that had burned through them. This was one of his favorite things to do. It was Friday, the one night of the week when Present Mike was around to host Put Your Hands Up Radio and not one of his interns. This used to make him happy. It was supposed to make him happy, but that persistent hole in his chest remained sking any small bit of joy out of his life. He hadn't been sleeping, he hadn't been eating, and he hadn't been running. He may be depressed, but he wasn't an idiot. He knew he wasn't helping himself, but this was supposed to help. It was a hobby. Hobbies were supposed to help depression, even if they were ones born out of necessity. Izuku let his hands grow idle as he listened to the radio. Call-in hour had started a while ago and a new caller just came through. They sounded like a young adult woman, maybe high school to college aged. "Hey, Present Mike. I'm such a huge fan." Her voice crackled through the shitty radio speakers. Thanks, listener. Always happy to hear from a fan. What questions got you calling in tonight?" Present Mike responded smoothly. "Oh right, my little brother just got into Shiketsu and I'm worried about him. I know being a hero is really dangerous, so I wanted to know what you think the hardest part about being a hero is and if you had any advice." The caller said, "Awesome. Congrats to your little bro, listener," Mike said before pausing, actually thinking about the question. "The hardest part about being a hero, He paused again before continuing in a much more somber tone. "The hardest part, for me at least, is when you can't save someone. I get to do a lot of good in my position. I've had the honor of saving a lot of people, but the weight of my success doesn't ever seem to measure up to the weight of my failures. I know this is something a lot of heroes struggle with. No matter how many people you save, you can never forget the people who were too far out of reach. So, if I had any advice for your lil bro, I'd say don't be too hard on yourself. It's important to take your job seriously and realize the significance behind every life you save and every life you lose, but you can't let that hold you back from doing more good in the world. No hero is capable of saving everyone, so don't hold yourself up to an unattainable standard, you dig?" Present Mike said, unaware that he was shattering the worldview of a fledgling vigilante on the other side of town. Izuku couldn't hear the rest of the call through the ringing in his ears. You can't let that hold you back from doing more good in the world." Those words kept playing in his head on repeat. That's exactly what he was doing. Every night he was going to bed thinking about all the people in the red lights that he couldn't save, but he wasn't even trying. He just gave up. He was letting his failures stop him from even trying to do more good. No one else was out there trying. The city never allocated heroes to this side of town. If he wasn't out there, then no one was, and he had just been sitting here moping in his stairwell trying not to kill himself. The longer he stayed cooped up in here, the more people would die, himself possibly included. All he had to do was be better than literally no one. That man would have died whether he was there or not, but that woman would have gotten away with it if he wasn't there. That was technically better than nothing, and maybe he'd stopped her from ever doing that again. Maybe he saved a theoretical someone. Maybe he could still save someone. Maybe he could save himself. Izuku returned to darning the holes in his pants with renewed vigor. He can still try. Where's the harm in trying? Saturday night found Izuku dressed in freshly repaired pants. The place where the holes used to be were hardly noticeable. No one would see it unless they were looking. Darning burn holes in fabric was his sewing forte after all. He was going through his old and familiar round of stretches while talking to DJ, who seemed far more interested in whether or not he had more treats if the way her eyes were tracking his hands was anything to go by. "I'm just gonna go out there and do it. All I have to do is not make things worse, right?" DJ did not respond. She hadn't let him pet her again since his breakdown. Maybe she just wanted him to shut up, or maybe she actually cared. She still stuck around whenever he came out here to talk to her, even when he didn't bring treats. Izuku knew cats could sense human emotions to a degree, so he was choosing to believe she cared. Maybe next time he had a complete mental breakdown, he could have a fluffy cat to cry to again. Izuku had not exactly gained back his confidence, but he had the confidence to try, and that's all he needed for now. Shooting a goodbye to DJ and one more treat because she was so and cute, Izuku set off into the night. It was the first time he had gone out on a weekend expressly looking for trouble, and he was admittedly a bit nervous. Weekend nightlife was always more lively, and if a man got shot in the back of the head on a Wednesday night, what kind of crazy sheet was he going to find on a Saturday? He was a bit morbidly excited to find out. More trouble meant more people he could help, more bad things he could stop from happening. Izuku set out at midnight, and it wasn't even 12:30 before he ran into a mugging in progress. Yeah, weekends were definitely more lively. The guy didn't even put up a fight. The moment he saw Izuku scale down the alley wall, he booked it in the opposite direction. He was going to go after him, but the woman he was trying to steal from was shaking and crying, and Izuku couldn't leave her like that. She didn't look like she belonged on this side of town. That's probably why she was targeted. She had nice jewelry and a long fur coat that might have been fake, but it gave off enough of a wealthy air to make her look like a good target. She must be either lost, drunk, or stupid to be walking around uptown like that. "Hey, it's okay, he's gone, and I'm not going to hurt you," Izuku said as he approached the woman slowly with his hands up. She whipped her head up as if she just realized he was there and stumbled with the sudden movement. Yeah, she was definitely drunk or on something. She took a step back, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was to catch her balance again or if she was trying to get away from him, so he stopped approaching her and kept his hands up. "Can I come closer?" he asked. The woman looked him up and down, assessing if he was a threat for a moment. Deciding that he wasn't, she nodded. Izuku continued to approach her slowly, keeping his hands in her line of sight. He telegraphed his motions, giving her obviously foggy mind plenty of time to decide if she wanted to back away before he gently grabbed her gloved hand. She looked down at their joined hands, looking confused for a moment before looking back at Izuku's face. "Are you hurt?" he asked once he got her attention. Again she took a moment to ponder the question before shaking her head. "That's good, you aren't from around here, are you?" he continued. Slowly she shook her head again. "I thought so. It's not safe to walk around here alone at night." "Did you come here with someone?" he asked. "Yeah, and my boyfriend, we got in a fight and I don't know where he went." She finally spoke. "What the hell? Who brings their girl to uptown on a Saturday night and leaves her there inebriated, alone, and dressed to the nines when they get into a little tiff? This guy sounds like a tool. Even if they could find him, he didn't trust whoever this guy was to not leave her again, and she needed to get out of here." "Okay, can I walk you to the train station? Can you make your way home from here on the J line?" Izuku asked. The woman's brow furrowed. She looked like a 7-year-old when presented with a particularly challenging math problem. It would be cute if that lowered brain function wasn't liable to get her mugged again. After a while, she responded, Why yeah, the J line takes me to my sister's place." "That's good. Do you have your phone? You should call or text her and ask if you can stay there or if she can meet you at the station." He responded, already taking the girl's arm and leading her to the closest station. The woman took out her phone and, Izuku assumed, started to text her sister while they walked. She didn't even try to look where she was walking. Great. Izuku made sure she got a response from her sister before waiting for the train with the girl. He didn't trust her to get on board safely, and her sister said she would meet her at the other station. Izuku made her text the train number to her sister before she left so she could make sure that she got off at the right stop. Good grief, adults are stupid. Why do they do this to themselves? After sending the girl off, Izuku took back to the streets. By the end of the night, Izuku had another knife to add to his collection. He stopped 2 more muggings and SXL assault, and he actually apprehended 2 of the 3 offenders. He stopped that last one with great prejudice. Izuku can understand needing money, and he can understand how people can get desperate enough to do stupid things, but that man had no excuse, and Izuku did not let him walk away from that. He doubts the man even woke up before he was in the precinct or hospital, wherever they took him. Izuku didn't care where he was as long as it was unpleasant and off his streets. He felt good. He felt like he made a difference, like he did something that mattered. But Present Mike was right. No amount of lives saved can make up for the ones lost. The image of that man's disfigured face still weighed heavy on his mind. It still soured the feeling of having saved the people he saved tonight, and Izuku knew it would happen again. He wasn't cocky enough to let one night of successes get to his head. He knew if he kept doing this he would continue to see the worst side of humanity and he wouldn't always be able to help. One day he might have to hold someone as they died, he might have to watch someone take their last breath, he might be left in these streets alone to take his last breaths. He always knew heroics wasn't just the bright limelight all might saves everyone again side of things. He knew people got hurt, he knew people died, but knowing something and living it were two different things. It was bittersweet, but if he had the opportunity to save even a few people, then he had the duty to try. He had to at least try. Izuku got back to his stairwell as the first rays of light were starting to peek their way over the horizon, and as he curled up in his nest of blankets, he made a promise to himself. He was going to try. He was going to be out there in those streets as often as he could, and he was going to do everything in his meager power to make a difference here. This place was his home. These people had been forgotten, ignored, and suppressed by their government like Izuku had been by everyone his whole life. They were his people and he vowed that he was going to protect them until he couldn't anymore. Ever since his mental breakdown, Izuku had been avoiding Shinso. He was embarrassed, and the whole thing clearly made Shinso uncomfortable because he was also giving him a wide berth. They would nod or wave and exchange the customary pleasantries, but it was all performative and surface level. It was probably for the best. Izuku was a complete mess of a person even if he wasn't a null. Shinso shouldn't get himself caught up in all of Izuku's problems. He could put on a show and act as normal as he could, but he knew he wasn't. Normal people don't eject their consciousness out of their body at the slightest inconvenience. Normal people don't wake up from nightmares screaming. Normal people don't have an empty pit in their stomach that they occasionally fall into and lose themselves for weeks at a time. And normal people don't put on a little costume every night and become a completely different person. No, it was better for Shinso to stay far away from him. Maybe his mom warned him that Izuku was crazy, maybe she could feel it. Maybe that's why she couldn't feel anything else, and she finally figured it out when he had his little meltdown. He knew he shouldn't have come into the library like that. He knew it was only a matter of time before Shinso decided he didn't want anything to do with him, but he was hoping the reason he left would be the quirklessness, not just who Izuku was as a person. Izuku was gaining a lot of new skills because of his nightly escapades, one of them being knot tying. The better he got at this whole vigilante thing, the more criminals he apprehended, and he was getting really tired of having to strip them of their belts to tie them up to wait for their police chauffeur. They weren't even guaranteed to have a belt, and the first time Izuku ran into that problem, he decided to start carrying short lengths of rope to restrain them. Zip ties would have been easier, but there was plenty of rope washing up on the beach from fishermen, and zip ties were too easy to get out of anyway. Plus, Izuku took perverse joy in tying more complicated knots around the more violent or annoying criminals. It was very fun to watch them struggle with it from the rooftops if they woke up before the cops showed. So, yeah, Izuku had learned how to tie a lot of different knots, and his work was becoming increasingly more absurd in its complexity. Another skill that was more to be expected was first. Izuku was no novice when it came to first aid. He'd been tending to his own scrapes, bruises, and burns from bullies since he was old enough to open a band-aid, but street thugs hit harder than middle schoolers. Middle schoolers also didn't tend to have knives or the intent to kill. Izuku had never needed to use the sterile needle and thread that came with his quickly diminishing souped-up first aid kit, but, well, there's a first time for everything, and necessity continued to be Izuku's most effective teacher. Izuku's skills were improving, but his supply was decreasing. He was going to need to start pickpocketing people before he called the cops again. Izuku was all for making do with what you've got, but that didn't apply to medical equipment. While he preferred to not get stabbed in the first place, he definitely preferred not rotting away from infection in the stairwell of an abandoned brick factory. Midoriya had been pulling away from him ever since he broke down crying a few months ago, and Hitoshi didn't know whether it was his fault or not. He'd asked what was wrong, and he'd been giving him his space ever since he brushed him off, but he didn't know what else to do. He seems to have gotten over whatever mood he'd been in, but he still barely talked to Hitoshi, and he couldn't figure out why. Was he mad he didn't tell him about his quirk? Kami, he was really smart, he probably knows what it is already based on his mom's quirk. Should he try to talk to him more? Was he just giving Hitoshi space because Hitoshi was giving him space? Was he just not the type of person to start a conversation? Looking back, Hitoshi realized most of their conversations started because Hitoshi had been curious about what he was researching, and today he had a handful of loose circuit boards held together by wires plugged into his laptop. That seemed like a reasonable thing to question. Maybe he should try again. Wait, if he had a laptop, why was he always here? Izuku was sick and tired of people not taking him seriously every time he opened his mouth. He could jump off a 2-story tall windowsill and knock a man unconscious, but the second he turned to his buddy and told them to drop their weapons, suddenly he wasn't a threat anymore. He could cover his face and act as skilled as a grown man, but he could not sound like a kid no matter how hard he tried. Sometimes people would think he was a woman instead, and if Izuku didn't already have supreme respect for women in heroics, he definitely did now. People took him more seriously when they thought he was a prepubescent boy than when they thought he was a woman. Kami, people are stupid. Being whoever this was the only time Izuku ever got any respect, so when people underestimated him like that, he took immense joy in making them look like a fool. As fun as it was to play the girl boss card when people thought he was a woman, he would rather them just take him seriously, plus his voice was just another way to identify him. So Izuku decided to dip his toes into the support items industry a bit. He had no shortage of loose wires and circuit boards from his scavenging at Dagaba, so he figured using the little free time he had trying to make a voice modulator could be worthwhile. He spliced together a little toy megaphone with the much better quality speakers from one of those pocket-sized Bluetooth boomboxes. It took a lot of delicate soldering and even some programming that he had to do at the library, and boy did he have his work cut out for him dodging Shinso's questions about that. But he only mildly electrocuted his own face a few times before he got the hardware and software to play nice and work properly. That was all well and good, but he still needed to make housing for it. It was just a loose pile of circuit boards and wires. He couldn't just shove that in a cloth mask and call it a day. He needed something that would dampen the volume of his actual voice so he didn't just sound like a child speaking with a man's voice overlaid. He needed it to have a hard exterior with a soft interior so that it would both muffle his actual voice and not cut into his skin. It needed to be tough enough to stand up to a punch to the face but flexible and/or fitted enough to move with him, and it needed to be breathable, but it also needed to not let his real voice out. This was really hard. Izuku could see why people have to go to school for this. It took several months of working on it on and off until he produced something even mildly usable. This project alone required him to at least double the size of his scavenged little toolbox. He had used a thick aluminum sheet from the side of some sort of kitchen appliance for the exterior, and it took hours with a coping saw and metal files to get it smooth. He had to hammer it into shape, and he kept breaking his cinder block makeshift anvils. He had to turn the lower landing into a workshop. It was bigger, spanning the length of the first set of stairs as well as the space directly beneath his middle landing. The only reason Izuku didn't set up camp there originally was that the floor was damp and it was full of old storage from when this place was still in business, but Izuku cleared that all out into the sublevel that he rarely entered. He soldered all the pieces together, which wasn't nearly as strong as actually welding it, but Izuku didn't have a welder, and if he did, he doubts his generator had the power to run that kind of thing. For the padding, he sewed several layers of cloth together, making sure the outermost layer was black both to fit the theme and so it didn't show dirt as much. Sandwiching the mechanism between the shell and the inner lining was the last step, and he actually bought some Velcro strips to fit them together so that he could still access the inside for repairs if needed. It was clunky, and it was obvious that it wasn't his real voice. It was just a touch too robotic, but it worked. Izuku was starting to get to know the nighttime comings and goings of this town better than he had ever known the daytime schedules. He knew when the ladies standing on the corners tended to call it quits for the night, and he had taken to walking them home. He knew how skeezy men could be, and these ladies were nice. He didn't want them getting hurt. Even if catering to these men was generally in their job descriptions, they didn't deserve that. No one deserved that. He hadn't given anyone his name, so the ladies took to calling him Short Stack, which he didn't much appreciate, but it was done with a fond sort of teasing, and Izuku had definitely been called worse, so he let it slide. It was a bit strange that the people who he could most reasonably call his friends were HKs, but beggars can't be choosers, and they were nice to him. He would ask them about their non-work-related escapades, and they kept him updated on the latest gossip from their friend groups as well as the city. They would ask him about his work-related adventures and he would regale them with highly embellished versions of his victories against the scourge of the town. Izuku had also become well acquainted with the homeless population. He continued to salvage any blankets or towels he found at Dagoba well past when he had completed his own nest, and he passed them out to anyone who looked like they could use one throughout the winter and early spring months. Izuku was lucky to have carved out a space for himself, but not everyone had that opportunity. He told them about some of the unoccupied warehouses far from his own, but not many took him up on it. He saw a few new camps through the broken windows in his district, but there was no mass exodus. It was somewhere to go if it was raining, but there was no food to scavenge or passers-by to ask for spare change, so most of them stayed put. He learned that Shimamoto-san did, in fact, pass out day-old pastries to beggars at closing, and more than once Izuku let his sweet tooth make him a little bit selfish. They were delicious, and technically he was homeless too, even if he was guaranteed at least one meal a day on weekdays. Yeah, okay, maybe he should stop feeling bad and just take what he can get. Most of the homeless people around here dumpster dived behind restaurants and fished out any food that wasn't too far gone, so Izuku followed their lead most weekends. He looked around on weekdays too, but if he found anything he would pass it on to someone who hadn't gotten to eat that day. They knew that he had their backs, and should he need it they would have his. He'd never had something like that, a community. Izuku had been avoiding the gangs and drag dealers as much as he could. He didn't want to bite off more than he could chew, but all the small-time criminals led back to them. They were one of the roots of the systemic issues that caused crime in the first place. The real root was the government and the unequal distribution of wealth and resources, but that seemed a little too nebulous for Izuku to target. He'd been stirring up a fuss. It wasn't going to be long before the gang leaders caught word of him, or he misstepped into one of their dealings himself. He couldn't avoid them forever. A gang was essentially a violently close-knit community, right? A stronger sense of community is just what this place needed anyway. Maybe he could get on their good side. If he kept rival criminals at bay, maybe in return they could not kill people and sell hard drags as much. Yeah, that didn't seem likely they were going to be on his tail sooner or later, so maybe he should start picking off lower-hanging fruit, show them he was a threat. He was a slippery little thing. He'd been at this for nearly half a year now and no one had caught him. Sure, he'd gotten roughed up, but no one knew these streets like he did. He always got away in the end. As it stands, he was just cutting off one of a Hydra's heads each time he brought someone in. Every thug he stopped had two more replacing them because of that Kami-forsaken gang. He needed to do something about it, or he was just going to keep chasing his own tail until he finally slipped up and got himself killed. So, Izuku did what he did best. He analyzed the opponent and found their weak spots. That gang had been running without opposition for a long time. Uptown wasn't patrolled by anyone, and it hadn't been for a number of years. They didn't know how to be stealthy, and Izuku used that to his advantage. He eavesdropped on every conversation he walked past and gathered any information that the homeless or the ladies he walked home heard too. Izuku had eyes and ears everywhere. He organized small attacks on the lower-ranking members at random and let slip any intel he'd gathered. If they didn't know where he was or when he would be there, they would have to assume he was always there, and if he knew all the things he said he knew, what did he know that he wasn't saying? As he learned more about the gang and its members, the higher up in the pecking order he started to strike, he had to make sure they knew anyone was a target. One-man sting operations, in and out before they even saw him. He climbed along the walls and dropped down like a goddamn gargoyle whenever he saw them, and he was out every single night, so that was pretty often. He built himself a reputation. There was no pattern to his routes. Every evening he would roll a die, and each number correlated to a different spot in the city for him to patrol. He could be anywhere, and so he was everywhere. Nothing scared people like the unknown, and nothing kept people in line like fear. It wasn't foolproof. If things really came to a head and they went after him, they would realize he was all bark and no bite. He couldn't really take them on, but it would work until they called his bluff. Hopefully, he would be skilled enough, or he will have thinned down their numbers enough to take them on by that point. One night when Izuku dropped down to walk the ladies home, they were all giggling to one another and looking at him. After a moment of whispers and nondiscreet glances in his direction, Izuku cracked. "What? I got something on my face? What's going on?" he asked with false confidence. This all felt a little too much like the girls at school for his liking. After some more whispers and elbow nudges, Uison looked at him with a smirk. "Oh, nothing, what about you, Ivy?" she said before falling into another bout of giggles. That did not clear anything up. "Ivy? Who's Ivy?" That just sent them all off laughing. "You, short stack, you're Ivy." She took a break to laugh even more. You'll never guess what Sakura overheard. "Somehow I doubt whatever it is as funny as you're making it out to be. What do you mean I'm Ivy?" he said, actually starting to get uncomfortable. Once Sakura got a hold of herself, fanning her eyes, trying to keep the tears from ruining her mascara even though it was the end of the night, she spoke. "One of those new low-time gang members you told us to keep an eye out for, she cut herself off with another laugh. "He was talking to one of his lil gang buddies about you and he said, I'm sick of just calling him that lil motherfucker, it's getting confusing." She took another pause to laugh and Izuku was starting to get a bit impatient but he didn't let it show. Were they on to him? Were they finally going to come after him? "Oh, Cammy, this was it, he's toast," he said. "We gotta give him a name, there's too many lil motherfuckers round here." And the other guy looks at him and says, "We should call I'm Ivy." And when his buddy asks him why, he said, "'Cause he's green and always climbin' up the walls and shit." Once she finally got her piece out, the whole group devolved into cackles. Okay, yeah, that was kind of funny. When the tension broke, he let himself laugh with them. He can imagine those two meatheads thinking real hard about what to call him, and yeah, that was pretty funny. Honestly, it wasn't a bad name either. Maybe the ladies would stop calling him Short Stack. "Oh, Short Stack, you're making a name for yourself round here," one of them said once they composed themselves. Yeah, that was a long shot anyway. He'd been short stacked to them for half a year at this point and they liked to poke fun at him. He'd be short stacked to them until the day he died. Hitoshi was convinced that Midoriya didn't want to be his friend. He'd asked him about the project he was working on last month and he just skirted around all his questions. No, Midoriya didn't want to talk to him. He was like 87% sure of that. He needed to stop stringing himself along. He should just talk to him and be 100% sure, just get the heartache over with. He actually talked to his mom about it and she agreed with him. He knows she went through the same kind of things he's going through before she found her own group of friends who accepted her how she was. She knew this cat and mouse game better than Hitoshi did. He knew what he had to do, he just didn't want to do it. He was being a coward again. He just had to ask. Just fumble their way through one more conversation and it would be over and done with. Midoriya was here today, he just had to do it. "Hey, Midoriya," he finally choked out after 15 minutes of sitting in silence. Midoriya looked up at him a little startled before schooling his expression and raising an eyebrow indicating for Hitoshi to go on. Great, he wasn't going to make this easy, was he? I was just wondering if, it's not like we ever talk that much and it's not like you have to talk to me, but for a while, ever since, I could stop trying to talk to you. Do you just want me to leave you alone? Hitoshi elegantly forced out. Greenie was just staring at him. Midoriya? Hitoshi piped up before the awkward silence became corporeal and actually killed him. I know. Sorry, I don't have to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you think that I didn't want to talk to you. I thought that why didn't after I broke down like a crazy person in the middle of a public library? He cut himself off, burying his blushing face in his hands. Hitoshi was gobsmacked. There was no better word for it. What the hell was going on? Did you think I was mad at you for crying? He finally responded incredulously. Still muffled from his face being in his hands, Midoriya responded, "No, well, I don't know. I'm sorry." They were both idiots. Well, they established that they both still wanted to talk to each other. Now what? Socially inept idiots. This was a bad idea. He shouldn't let himself get attached, it never ends well. It was different as Ivy. When he was Ivy, being mysterious was part of the brand. He didn't need to tell anyone anything about himself and they didn't expect him to. He could keep people at an arm's length, which was much closer than they usually want to get to Deku. Izuku didn't have anything to hide behind here with Shinso. He could only leave out details and skirt around the truth for so long before it became suspicious and Shinso started asking too many questions. No, this was a bad idea. It was doomed to fail. He was just going to break his own heart again. Why was he doing this? So, did you want T to be F friends? He asked, finally pulling his face out of his hands to look at Shinso. Shinso's face lit up with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. Yup, this was going to end poorly. Yeah. Let's be friends, it's been like, what, a year? We might as well. Izuku was a MSCST. Using criminals' phones to call the cops wasn't always reliable. One time he kicked someone in the chest only to find out later that their phone was in their BRC pocket and was completely busted. A couple of times he'd fish out their phone and it would be dead, and more than once he'd patted someone down to find absolutely nothing. Doesn't carry a phone these days? Izuku had been pickpocketing every would-be RPST and murderer he took down. They didn't deserve that money anyhow. In order to fund his first aid kit and occasional food costs, maybe he could cut back on a few things and pay for some minutes on a burner phone? He'd had to leave the scene to go borrow someone else's phone several times now, and it was really annoying to find someone he could convince to let him use their phone in the middle of the night in Uptown. He'd been going back and forth with himself on the issue, but when he took down 2 phoneless thugs in 1 week, he decided enough was enough, and he got a burner. The second time he used his burner phone to call the cops, he was transferred directly to someone called Tsukachi, Detective Tsukachi. Detective Tsukachi was not happy with him. Something about nearly a year, and Vigilante, and untraceable. Izuku didn't really listen. He was paying for minutes, so he just shouted the location over whatever the man was saying and hung up. Well, that was probably going to become an issue. The Red Lights Vigilante, now known as Ivy, had been stopping petty criminals and leaving them for the Mizudafu police to round up for months, and Detective Tsukachi didn't really give a shit. The city didn't let them allocate resources to that side of town because it was too far gone and not worth the infrastructure. It was a load of bullshit and just a fancy way of saying they didn't want to deal with it, so they would ignore it until it snuffed itself out. It wasn't going to snuff itself out, it had only been getting worse, and if some vigilante wanted to try to clean up the mess that the government refused to deal with, then good on them. Privately, he thought Ivy should be left to their business. Officially, Tsukachi had been against this criminal from the beginning and was avidly hunting them down to get them off the streets. The case landed in his lap from some higher-up who knew nothing about what actually went down in the Red Lights district and was unlikely to ever check back in on the case. He was getting conflicting orders, so he followed whatever suited him. The city didn't want him wasting his time on Uptown? Okay, the vigilante isn't his problem then. You want me to find this vigilante? Well, I won't spend too much time on it since you said not to waste my time in the slums. That's how he had been operating the case until several thugs got scooped up claiming a rabid child had jumped off a roof and handed them their buttes. A couple claimed that they were a woman, so Tsukachi wasn't really sure what to believe, but if there was even a chance that this Ivy was, in fact, a child, then Tsukachi couldn't just let this go on. They had started to bring in gang members, and that was no doubt going to make them some powerful enemies. Those conflicting orders went from a useful loophole to a red tape prison. Sure, he could officially use police resources and time to track Ivy down, but he still couldn't get feet on the ground to actually look for them. Ivy always used the criminals or a passerby's phone to call in their takedowns, and they were always gone before police arrived on the scene. So Tsukachi was stuck in the precinct interrogating random thugs and getting a whole lot of nowhere. All he knew was Ivy was fast, agile, and cunning. More than a few people said they were a snarky little sheet as well. They fought with a knife and flashlight baton. They had no obvious quirk and didn't show any identifying features other than the fact that they were on the shorter side and had a lighter skin tone. He had technically been going against orders for a couple of months now. He couldn't get in trouble for where he spent his free time. He could just go and scope things out in an unofficial capacity, right? Well, yeah, he could, but still, nothing. None of the locals would say a word about Ivy. They pretended they had no clue who he was talking about, even though it was clear they did, like keeping it a secret was some sort of inside joke. As ill-advised as it was, he even took to walking the streets at night, but no matter how many nights he spent in those streets, he saw neither hide nor hair of Ivy themselves. The first real lead he'd gotten was yesterday night when a call from Ivy was made from an untraceable number, likely a burner phone. It wasn't much of a lead, but Tsukachi made sure all calls from that number were transferred straight to his personal phone just in case. He was glad he did, because the very next night he got a call. "Hello, this is Detective Tsukachi. This is the second call we've received from an untraceable number. Are you the vigilante I have been trying to track for nearly a year? He said sardonically, hoping the snarky little sheet comment was reliable and he could bait them into a conversation. He could not bait them into a conversation. They just shouted a location over him and then hung up. Well, at least the little sheet part was a reliable report. Detective Tsukachiha? That was probably the narc that had been asking about him around town. A detective? They had a detective after him? Great. How come the city had funding to get cops on his but no one else's? Looking at his phone, he used his teeth to pull off one of his gloves and save the number under narc. Avi. Thanks for the hashtag texting is cheaper, love. Seriously? Avi. Yes, so make your point in one text or less or I'll block you. I wanted a word, preferably spoken. Avi. Well, I'm on block 10, so why don't you come pick up this goon and maybe I'll stick around to chat, hugs and kisses. Okay, yes, snarky little sheet. That wasn't much of a lead and he doubted the vigilante would stay on the scene, but it was worth a shot and someone had to go pick up whoever Ivy had just caught. Since that phone call was transferred directly to him, then technically he had the jurisdiction to waste his own time rather than sending out some lower-ranking officers and using up their less valuable time. So off he went. As he had suspected, by the time he showed up on the scene, Ivy was nowhere in sight. No one except a thug tied up in the alleyway was there, and they were still out cold. The night was silent, so Tsukachi took a gamble he hoped might pay off and not just get himself blocked. What happened to our little chat? He heard a faint ding from the neighboring roof. Bingo. He whipped his head in the direction of the noise, but he still didn't see anything. Deciding it was worth the risk to end up talking to no one, he shouted out, "Look, Ivy, I just want to talk. I'm not trying to bring you in, you're doing work that the city won't let us do." No response. Officially, I can't condone what you're doing. I was assigned your case, but we aren't permitted to waste time putting feet on the ground out here unless we're called. So, unless you go off the rails, no one is going to come after you, and I'm not really expected to actually catch you, he added, hoping to gain some trust. Still no response. The thug at his feet was starting to stir, so Tsukachi decided he'd better put proper cuffs on him. He was pretty beat up. Usually, Ivy didn't use excessive force unless the crime was particularly heinous. What did this guy do anyway? I didn't hear much with you shouting over me and hanging up, and I can't exactly arrest him just 'cause. He said, giving it one last try before he gave up. He felt his phone vibrate in his hand. Avi. Attempted SA, victim is safe but not willing to make a report in person. I will contact you tomorrow morning. Do not try to text me before then, I will block you. Well, that was leagues better than the nothing he'd been working with before. Izuku can't believe he forgot to turn the phone to silent. In his defense, he wasn't expecting anyone to ever contact him, and the phone didn't make a sound when the text conversation was already pulled up, so it hadn't chimed with any of the other texts Tsukachi had sent. He will admit, the detective intrigued him. He didn't trust him, not even a little bit, but he was intrigued. If he was telling the truth, then he could be a very helpful ally, but if he wasn't, well, then that was a one-way ticket to an orphanage if Izuku let himself get caught, and that was not worth the risk. He had made a name for himself out here, until the gang finally decided that he wasn't a real threat and realized he was just a nuisance. At best he could hold his own, he didn't need backup. He would test him tomorrow, he already had a plan, he just needed Wi-Fi for it. Tsukachi didn't know what to expect when the vigilante contacted him the next day, but this was not it. Avi. PayPal, not _ vigilante. Pay for my minutes and we can talk tonight. Are you actually serious? Avi. Yeah. Mr. Cushy Job Moneybags, I'm from Uptown, I'm not made of cash. Pay up or stop texting me. Oh, Cammy, they were serious. Okay, guess he's doing this. I'm not sending money to someone called not _ vigilante. These texts are bad enough. Change the username and I'll send it. How much? Avi. Pay fair. I did not expect that to work. Tipo, phone and phone for 1,500 yen. Now quit texting me until I see the dough. Well, at least they were self-aware. He sent 3,000 yen. It was pocket change to him, and Ivy had been doing the job of law enforcement without payment for nearly a year. He could spare it. Plus, maybe he could buy his way onto Ivy's good side. Hopefully, he'd actually get a call and not just be scammed out of 3 yen. Izuku had asked for way more than any reasonable length phone call would cost, and Tsukachi sent double. He was trying to buy himself into Ivy's good graces, and Izuku knew that, but that doesn't mean it wasn't working. It was spring break and Izuku was hungry. He was taking anything he could get at this point. He wasn't sure he was actually going to call him, but now he felt obligated to. His stomach wouldn't stop grumbling, and he was pretty sure it was getting loud enough for Shinso to hear it in the quiet library. Luckily, he was too polite to say anything if he did hear it. Izuku had grown far more confident as Ivy. At this point, he had a mental map of every single foothold on this side of the city, and he could maneuver around fire escapes and rooftops just as fast as he could on street level. He was quick, and he was silent. Barring injury, he had been running around these streets every single night since his second patrol over 10 months ago. He had lost track of how many people he brought in or how many people he saved, but he couldn't forget how many people he had lost no matter how hard he tried. He's sure if he didn't run himself to literal exhaustion every night, that number would keep him awake. So, he made sure to never take a break long enough to fall back into the pit in his gut that he fell into after his first disastrous patrol. It wasn't healthy and he had permanent bags under his eyes, but it was one of the only things keeping him going. The Shinsos and DJ wouldn't be enough to save him from the pit in his gut. He knew that for a fact from the few times he was forced to take a night or two off because of injury. No, Izuku couldn't be left to his own thoughts for any length of time, but Ivy could. Ivy was different, so Izuku forced himself to be Ivy as often as possible. Ivy was confident and capable and funny, but Izuku was just Deku. Ivy didn't have to cling on to anything in order to keep going, but Deku did. As confident as Ivy was, he'd never had to make a call to a detective that was possibly trying to trick him into giving up identifying information in order to take him down and throw him into the system. He was a bit nervous. He climbed his way onto the tallest building in Uptown, far away from any prying ears. Making sure his mask, both physical and metaphysical, were firmly in place, he hit call. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that his phone finally lit up with a call from Ivy. He picked up on the third ring. Detective Tsukachi speaking. Detective Tsuka? What did you need from little old me? Ivy responded. The voice was obviously fake, so, unfortunately, he wasn't going to get any answers on their age or gender without having to ask. Ivy, it's good to hear from you. I have a few questions if you have the time. He responded, leaving the disappointment out of his tone. I figured as much. Why should I answer them? If you're not trying to take me in as you said, then what's the point of reaching out to me to begin with? I don't know your motivations and I don't have any reason to trust you. Why take the risk? What's in it for me? Ivy clipped back. They weren't going to beat around the bush. He could respect that. Tsukachi thought before responding. He really wasn't expecting to get this far, and Ivy was right. They had no reason to answer any of his questions. What could he offer? I can offer my support, in an unofficial capacity, as well as any strings I can pull around here to make your job easier. I also don't know your motivations. I don't know the first thing about you. I'd like to trust you to take care of that district, but I'm not giving you my backing until I'm sure about you. Tsukachi responded coolly, not rising to the bait of Ivy's accusatory tone. Your support? That's pretty vague, detective. I'm not looking for a cheerleader nor your approval. They shot back. Well, should you ever find yourself caught, I could do my best to bail you out. I imagine you don't have much in the way of backup, do you? I can't promise you a get-out-of-jail-free card, but my word has some sway around here. He said. That must be worth something to someone who goes out breaking the law every night, right? Oh, silly detective, I'm not worried about jail. You couldn't pin a diamond thing on me even if you wanted to. Try again. What the hell was that supposed to mean? They had plenty to pin on them. Hundreds of calls over the last 10 months pretty clearly pointed to vigilantism. You don't get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time that consistently. Whatever, putting that question aside for a different time. What else could he offer? I know you're paying for minutes just to make calls to us, so I could continue to fund that if need be. He was really grasping at straws now. It was 3,000 yen. How tempting could that offer really be? Alright, I'll listen to your questions, but I don't guarantee any answers. That worked? Alright, Cammy. He wished he could do this in person so he could tell if they were lying. Whatever, maybe he could get an age range based on how they answered the questions. Fair enough, Ivy. Can you tell me what your motivations for this vigilante act are? Start off broad, nothing too invasive, get them talking. My motivations? This place is a shit show, I live here, I'd like for it to be less of a shit show. That was not a helpful response at all. I'm sure a lot of people would like Uptown to be less of a shit show, Ivy. What makes you different? You're putting quite a lot of effort in for very little if any returns. He pushed. What are you gonna make me defend being a good Samaritan? I do it out of the goodness of my heart, how about that? What more do you need to know? Ivy snipped back. They were starting to sound a little irritated, but that still didn't answer his question. I find that hard to believe, Ivy. Most vigilantes do it for the publicity, to make a point, ulterior motives, and all that. You're telling me you don't have any other reason to spend countless unpaid hours putting your life and freedom on the line besides being a good person? Tsukachi continued to poke, hoping to get more of a reaction. Do you think heroes are all so altruistic, Tsukachi? No, but they get paid and they get recognition, he countered. You can get paid to do a lot of things, and underground heroes exist too. Not everyone's in it for the fame and money. Why do you do your job, detective? That's not exactly the easiest career path. Did you end up in that position by mistake, or did you do it because you wanted to? Oh, they were poking him right back. He could play into that. Of course, I didn't end up here by mistake. What? Ivy cut him off. Well, there you go, I do it because I want to. Now will this conclude our game of 20 questions, or? Tsukachi didn't think that he was going to get any more out of them if he kept pushing. It'd be better to just let it be for now. If he was going to be paying for their phone, then they would be able to talk again. He wanted them to trust him, so he decided to be honest. I have a feeling you're not going to answer my questions anyway. I'll keep in touch. Pleasure doing business with you, detective, Ivy responded in a chipper tone before hanging up on him for the second time. Cammy, what was he getting himself into? Tsukachi was getting run ragged. He knew how active Ivy was in theory, but in practice, it felt like his phone was buzzing off his desk constantly. How the hell did Ivy do this? He'd been working the night shift for the past 2.5 years, and his lifeblood was coffee because of it, but at least he got paid. Ivy had to have some sort of day job on top of their vigilante, because being a vigilante obviously didn't pay the bills if Tsukachi had to pay for their phone. He was starting to wonder if Ivy was on drags, because that was the only explanation for that much energy. He hadn't been able to operate on that little sleep since he was in high school, pulling all-nighters just cause he could. Oh shit. So that left two options. 1. Ivy was cracked out of their gourd, or 2. Ivy was actually a child with boundless energy. Tsukachi wasn't sure which option was preferred at this point. He was very much hoping for a secret third option of Ivy somehow made it into adulthood with their childlike hyperactivity intact. It was possible, but this just added credence to the reports of Ivy being a toad. He really needed to see them in person, but they weren't going to show themselves, and they clearly traveled by rooftops, which is why Tsukachi had never caught a glimpse of them on his trips to Uptown. He couldn't exactly go running around on rooftops to look for them either, but if they were a child, he couldn't just wait around trying to gain their trust. He needed to get eyes on them as soon as possible. They were bringing in more and more gang members with each passing day. They were painting a target on their own back, and either they didn't know the danger they were putting themselves in, or they didn't care. Tsukachi couldn't follow them around the rooftops to make sure they were safe, but he knew someone who could. Shota had been patrolling the same district since he graduated. An old friend used to live around here, so he kept an eye out on the area for them. Maybe it was more than a little sentimental. Sue him. If his buddy wasn't around to watch the streets, then he could do it for him. He owed him that much. So, when Tsukachi called him asking if he could shift his patrol to a neighboring district, he was not taking up the request with any sort of enthusiasm. Why exactly do you want me to do that? He grumbled. The city has my hands tied along with all the local hero agencies, and I know you're a little more freelance. The place is run to the ground and, he trailed off. And what? Tsukachi? He had a feeling he wouldn't like where this was headed. Tsukachi wasn't usually one to beat around the bush. Well, there's a vigilante running around trying to clean up the place, the detective continued. Okay, and why is that my problem? Sounds like you've already got someone taking care of your business, he said, rolling his eyes. Yeah, that's what I thought too, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. It's just, well, a few of the people they brought in claimed that they were a child. Yep, there it was. Shota did, in fact, not like where this was headed. What do you mean a child? Reports say they are quite small and had a childlike voice, though some people claimed they were a woman. We aren't exactly sure, and I'm not permitted to get feet on the ground out there, and even if I was, they seem to travel via rooftops, so I was hoping that was where you could come in. Tsukachi responded rather sheepishly. So you want me to go out there and apprehend the only person keeping that district in line because they might be a child? No, well, officially, yes, but unofficially no. I just want to make sure they're safe. They've been tackling the local gang, and that's going to paint a target on their back. Whether they don't know that or don't care, I'm not sure, but either way, they are putting themselves at risk, and if they are a child, then I can't just stand by and let them get themselves killed. God damn it. Yeah, okay, you owe me big time though, he said with a groan. I already let you use the good coffee maker in my office. I'd say this makes us even, no? Tsukachi shot back, voice dripping with sarcasm. He thought he was real funny. Duh. Yeah, okay, I owe you, Tsukachi conceded. When and where should I look for them? Do you have any sort of description to go off of? They are short and wear a dark green jacket and a voice-modulating mask, but I don't think there's too many people throwing themselves around the rooftops, so you'll probably know when you see them. As for when and where, I'm not sure. Their patrols seem completely random. They could be anywhere in Uptown, but they are out every night, so I'd say just poke around and you'll run into them eventually, he supplied. Great, as little information as possible. All right, I'll shift my patrol starting tonight. You're welcome, he said, hanging up without waiting for a response. Izuku was said. Someone who is not me is running along the rooftops at night scooping up criminals in my streets, and I bet it's that goddamn narc's fault. 10 months of patrolling without seeing another soul lurking on the same streets, and now, a few weeks after I get in contact with this detective, someone shows up. Nope. I'm not gonna let some hero come in here and arrest every lawbreaker they see. There won't be anyone left. You can't survive out here as a law-abiding citizen. Loitering, pickpocketing the rich idiots or assholes walking through town, dumpster diving, and stealing from chain stores are technically illegal, but I'm not going to let some hero take my people in for that. They're doing what they have to do to survive, just like I am. He was pacing in front of the dumpster, ranting to DJ. He'd been fuming like this for nearly a half hour, and apparently, DJ was getting sick of it because she reached a paw out and hooked her claws into Izuku's shirt sleeve, forcing him to stop and look at her. Oh, don't give me that look, DJ. They could arrest all the ladies too, and then there go most of my friends. Ag. Izuku tried to continue his pacing, but DJ held firm. He glared at her. What? She glared back. I'm gonna chase them out of town, he concluded. Miro, DJ responded. I'm choosing to believe that was a marrow of approval. He said without breaking eye contact. Now let go of me, I've got some heroes but to kick out of town. She did not let go, so Izuku grabbed her paw and unhooked the claws himself, causing DJ to bap him with her other paw. She looked rather disgruntled about getting her paws manhandled, but Izuku was out of baping distance by the time she could strike again. I've got to go, DJ. This hero could arrest you too for being a menace to society, he threatened over his shoulder before setting out to the streets. Izuku had only heard of this mysterious hero running around uptown from the locals. He'd yet to actually see them himself, but that was gonna change tonight. He headed to the tallest building in the district just as night was starting to fall over the city. If there was anyone on these rooftops, Izuku would see them, so he kept his post and waited. Holy shit, that was Eraserhead. Holy shit, that was Eraserhead, and he was headed straight for the rooftop Izuku was on. Izuku was freaking out. Holy shit, that was Eraserhead headed straight for him. Holy shit, holy shit, holy... No. That was the hero that was encroaching on his territory, and he was headed straight for the rooftop that Ivy was on, not Izuku. Play it cool, there's no way he's spotted you yet, he's not after you. He's probably headed here for the same reason you did, to get a better view. Calm the F down. Ivy hid themselves in the shadows. This is exactly what they wanted, and Eraser was delivering himself straight to them. This was a good thing. They adopted a casual stance, leaning against the shaded wall to the roof access stairwell, and waited. Shota had spent his last 3 patrols in the red lights district and saw no sign of Ivy. Tsukachi said that he'd received calls each night and sent him the location immediately, but he'd yet to have seen them. The wandering around until he bumps into them tactic was not working, so tonight he was going to stake out on the highest vantage point he could find. That was the plan, but it looks like someone had already beat him to it. Thank Kami, this was getting annoying. In the shadow of the stairwell, a short figure stood watching him despite his silent touchdown. They'd likely been tracking his progress from up here because they didn't look surprised to see him. Ivy, I presume? He greeted. In the flesh, Eraser. What are you doing in my streets? A low robotic voice shot back. That was odd. It's not often he was recognized, though it was also not often he confronted vigilantes on rooftops. He hadn't been hiding for the past 3 patrols. Maybe Ivy had done their research on him, which was mildly concerning since they seemed to be using their knowledge to subtly threaten him. He could meet that energy. Your streets, huh? Legally, I have more reason to be here than you do. What makes these your streets? He jabbed back. Ivy gave up on their relaxed posture and pushed off the wall, glaring at him. Answer the question, Eraser. Why you here? Did Tsukachi send you? They spat out. They knew Tsukachi? What the hell was that BS not telling him about this case? Well, if Tsukachi wouldn't tell him, maybe Ivy would. He could play dumb. Who's Tsukachi and who says anyone sent me? I'm patrolling, that's my job, he replied drily. Something about that made Ivy laugh. Don't lie to me, Eraser. You've been patrolling the neighboring district for a decade, and a few weeks after that detective contacts me you just decide to shift into my territory? Unlikely. No one, hero or police, has patrolled here in ages, and you expect me to believe you're just shaking things up for fun? I don't buy it. So, tell me what... Here. Okay, that was officially more than anyone should know about him, and they were angry. He knew next to nothing about them and had no clue what they knew about him. Stupidly, he hadn't thought for a second that Ivy would be a threat, and he came up here with his guard down. Shota was meticulous about his online presence. He had the opposite of a standard PR team who made sure any trace of his hero persona was scrubbed from public record. So that meant that Ivy either got this information by word of mouth or direct observation. Shota wouldn't say he was fully threatened, but he did have his guard up now. He wasn't getting anywhere by riling them up. You're well read up on me, aren't you? You're right. Tsukachi sent me, said you were a kid and wanted me to check up on you. He replied honestly, hoping to gain a little trust. A kid? Aw, does Tsuka care about little old me? They said with mock endearment before their expression and tone turned on a dime. How touching. Tell him I'm fine and scram. He could understand Ivy being wary of him for their own sake. He had every right to arrest them right now, but they didn't seem scared. No, they were just angry, a protective kind of angry. If they were trying to protect themselves, then they could have just kept up the cat and mouse game they'd been playing, but they hadn't. They were confronting him head-on. So, either they were confident enough that he couldn't catch him, or they weren't worried about themselves at all. They were hiding something they deemed more important than themselves. They had no mutant quirk, that much was obvious. It was unlikely they had a quirk he couldn't counter. His chances in a fight seemed favorable. They were tiny, the only thing they could have on him was speed. He could afford to poke the bear. You seem both threatened and brash, putting up a front. What are you trying to hide, Ivy? I hide a lot of things, you'll have to be more specific, they responded coolly, not rising to the bait. They were going to make him spell it out for them. Vague questions were getting vague answers. There's a reason you don't want me here, and given the fact that you were waiting up here for me, it doesn't seem like it's for your own sake, so what is it? If not for your own safety, then, logically speaking, you should have no problem with me being here. We're working toward the same goal, are we not? He elaborated. Ivy scoffed. Working towards the same goal? I'm not here to enforce the law, Eraser. I'm here to keep people safe. They are not the same thing, and I don't trust you to know the difference. And why is that? I've seen a hero take down someone shoplifting baby formula. I don't exactly consider that justice. Things work different around here, and I'm not going to let you run rampant arresting everyone you see breaking the law. They shot back. He definitely riled them up again. That was quite the nuanced take. That type of critical thinking was the same thing he had to beat into his students' skulls. Maybe it was an issue of privilege, or maybe Ivy was old enough for that type of wisdom. Maybe he could bait them just a bit more. Well, then tell me how things work around here. I don't see things in black and white, kid, I'm sure I can catch on. Shota said with a sneer. Alright, just 'cause I'm short doesn't mean you can call me kid, Ivy said back with cool anger in their tone. You're not denying being a kid though. Shota set the trap. I'm not going to give you identifying information, Eraser. If you think I'm a kid, that's not my problem. And Ivy ran away with the cheese. Damn it. Whatever, you going to tell me how things work around here then? I'm not leaving, so either I go out there with my own rules or yours, if they're logical. Good cop and bad cop weren't working, so he might as well just tell the truth. Ivy stepped back to the ledge of the roof and hopped up. If you're not leaving uptown, then you're also not leaving my sight, so do try and keep up, they said before dramatically stepping off the other side of the ledge.